National Drought Management Authority, thank you for your continued leadership and commitment by bringing out the well-being of Kenyan communities. To our funding and development partners, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to appreciate their presence here, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Gates Foundation, and many other valued supporters. We're also delighted to have with us representatives from research institutions. A special welcome to IDE research partner APHRC, also joined by private sector from micronutrient supplement suppliers to finance. Also the media is here with us. And most importantly to you, the farmers and the community leaders who make this all possible. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you that our theme today, when you look around this room, is multi-sectoral. Our theme is bridging sectors for integrated impact. It means combining different sectors. It means looking at combined impact, and that is what we are talking about today, because represented here in each and every table are different institutions, but all with a shared purpose. Without further ado, it's my pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our first speaker for the opening remarks. Please join me, and let's give him a Kenyan welcome, please. I'm sensing the energy in this room is a bit low, and because this is our host today, Namekunywa Chai, you need to appreciate the gentleman that's about to join us. Welcome, IDE Country Director, Dr. Geoffrey Nyamota.
How are you? Yeah. You know, I'm seeing directors. If the whole room can see, are you seeing some people in white? Are you seeing some people in white? Do you know why they are my first focus? It's because they are the ones who have actually made the difference in everything that we do. First of all, Lillian, I sincerely want to thank you for starting us off that well. Of course, I would like to very sincerely thank everyone who has made it to this room. Dr. Ofwere, you know, before I start speaking anything, I would like to request that you stand, you and your team. When we talk of Helen Keller International, Dr. Ofwere is the country director, and Esther, senior program officer in charge of transforming lives through nutrition. So those are our co-partners in this transforming lives through nutrition. So would you like to say hi like that? Thank you. I would also like to invite our good friends from Vitamin Angels, who are part and parcel of transforming lives.
Yeah, and my name is David Sisto. Yeah.
Good morning.
Thank you. The only reason why I've given them space to stand is because we've been implementing this program together in the last 2 years. Now we are in the 3rd year. And just like I was talking to Dr. Dambuki here, who is spearheading private business to make sure that whatever farmers produce is connected to a market, I just realized that we cannot work without partnerships. And so even as I welcome you into this room, I want to very sincerely appreciate the leaders from the various non-government organizations present. Where is FIPS? You don't raise your hand, you stand up. I would just like you to say like this. We've worked together with FIPS Africa since 2020. And some of the enterprises that you see here, give them a proper clap. enterprises that you are seeing that have really shined here actually started working with Fix Africa earlier. And now, just clap. It is our responsibility. And today, when I met Patricia first in 2020, she was really struggling.
Yeah.
Today, I hope government is not here. She's a director of, she even has Kenya Bureau of Standards certification to produce feeds. From a simple farmer to an agro dealer to now the greatest chicken seller in Mbumbuni, Makueni County. We will give you time when the right time comes to speak. If I were to introduce everyone, I don't know whether I should go to Bungoma. I don't know whether I should go to Kakamega. Just last week I drank the best cup of yogurt. The best. Berdev, are you here? Berdev, stand. And Mariam. And Mariam, are you here from Busia? She produces the best yogurt from soya. She produces the best yogurt from cow milk. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
Sister Rebecca, most welcome. So when, please sit. So when I look at what these enterprises have done in their various counties, we have Kakamega, we have Bungoma, we have Tharaka-Nithi, we have Busia, we have, which one have I missed out? We have Machakos, we have Kitui. Next one, remind me where I forgot it. Madam Eunice, you can imagine I'm forgetting Makueni County. And the way I've greeted the governor. You get what I'm saying? So I would also like to take this moment. So if I've not spoken about you, Evelyn, it is not because you are not important. It is because time is limiting. And we want to make sure that at the end of the day, everyone that is here is actually happy. Are we together?
Yes.
I do know that amongst us, we also have the county government officials. And the county government officials that actually made it to come, can I request that we start from Tharaka-Nithi, the farthest. You are most welcome, son, madam.
Thank you.
Karibu sana. I have eaten a lot of good food in Tharaka-Nithi, and I can confirm that some of the finest enterprises are actually found in that county. Are we together? Yeah. I also want to invite Kakamega County. Sir, remind us of your name.
Yeah, my name is Jonathan Makao. Deputy Director. The director is not making it.
Not a problem. As long as you are here, he's here. We understand the commitments that he has tomorrow. Not a problem. I want to also invite Makueni County. Please say hi. And say your name is Eunice.
Eunice Mwema from Makueni County, the County Administration representing the County Director of Agriculture Agency.
Karibu sana. Which county have I missed out that is present?
Bungoma.
Bungoma, I'm not going to introduce them. You know why? Mr. Watia, I will introduce you as the last one. Busia County, they have not arrived. Kitui County, not arrived. Okay, let's leave it at that. Can I ask Bungoma County to stand? Bwana Watia, kindly say hi to us and let us know your full name.
Okay, thank you. I'm Frederick Watia, County Director for Agriculture, Bungoma County.
Thank you. I want to confirm, just give you this slide. I want to confirm that last week I was in Bungoma County and we were welcomed in a special way. So, most welcome to this event. You have a lot of good things to share with us. I think from county government, I'm okay. From the national government, we have one representative, Stephen. Please go ahead and say hi.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Jobo from East of Africa Development, and we work very closely with the counties. Because when the number meets the rules for the agriculture in the county. Because most of the agriculture are default, and we work closely with them. We do policies, capacity building, technical assistance, and then we develop the documents that there's a process that we do to make sure that the documents are implemented. So that's what we do.
Excellent. So you have had, we can clap for him. You hear everything is evolved, and in the counties they have devolved to sub-counties and wards, and also to the enterprises. See, that is true. Who is from Bungoma County as an enterprise here? Apart from Evelyn. Wow. Judith, you mean your county is Bungoma even when you are near Transoya?
I'm just on the boundary.
You are on the boundary between Bungoma and Transoya.
Yeah.
So can I also see our other partners, Farm Africa? Where is Farm Africa? Mary, just say hi like this and they clap for you, you sit.
Good morning.
Good morning. No, it's okay.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Geoffrey. My name is Mary Nyale. I work with Farm Africa as the country director.
Most welcome. Thank you. Rebecca is just next to you, so you just give it to her. Micro enterprise.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Nyamota, for having us. My name is Rebecca Amhoye. I'm the CEO for Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust. I was joined by my colleague, Margaret Wanjiku, and we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Which other development partner have I missed out? Please go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Daniel Mohinja from Save the Children. I'm joined by my colleague sister here.
Pleasure. Save the Children is one of the organizations we got one of our colleagues by the name June. Unfortunately, her baby is unwell. That is why she's not here today.
Okay.
Yes. Most welcome. Another organization that I missed out? Yes? Oh, how can I forget WFP?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Njagi. I work with the World Food Program and a project we call the Farm to Market Alliance. It's a pleasure to be here with my former colleague Geoffrey and Mary. Thank you.
Do you know why I'm spending all this time talking about who is in the room? Enterprises. I know there is something called, what do you call it? Purchase for Progress.
No, it's Farm to Market.
No, I know there is Farm to Market Alliance,
Purchase for Progress.
and there is also something else like that. So if you want to speak to WFP, George is in the room. Are we together? Yeah. If you want to speak about financing micro enterprise, am I speaking wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
All these people that you are seeing with these white suits, each of them received a loan, okay? And they have fully paid their loans. And after fully paying their loans, they have borrowed several other times, and they are still going. I don't know who has picked the highest loan. Who? Elder Mariam, is it you? How much is the loan?
I was given 80, but I paid in 2 months.
She picked a loan of 80,000 and in 2 months she was done. You hear good clients? Okay, last but not least, I think Phipps has already spoken. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Jones Izioki David, representing my managing director at Fortified Hardware Alliance. we look at post-harvest loss in a different way, which I'll explain much later. Happy to be here.
Thank you. I wanted to introduce you last, but it's okay. Anyone else that I've missed out? Please go ahead. And I thought I saw my good friend from Axon.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Sospita Italo, representing Managing Director at East Africa Market Development Associates, who is Fred Ogana, and we work closely with MEST and other partners here. And our specialization is market systems development, and so the guys in white suits are of great interest to us.
Great.
Good morning. My name is Della Akumu. I work for UNICEF. I support the implementation of food systems for children. We also look forward to working with enterprises to improve the diets of children. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Masi Chadweno from the Ministry of Health, Division of Nutrition and Dietetics.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Kennedy Lobuin. I work with Care International. June was my former colleague at Save the Children. This invitation is so strategic for us because we are looking forward to working with June in enterprise development, and I'm glad to be here. Looking forward to meaningful engagements. Thank you.
Great people. Finish his club. Now, from what you have heard, Dr. Ndambuki, did you want me to introduce you? Or you want to be introduced later? I think so. No, you can just introduce yourself for a minute.
Hi. Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Abraham Ndambuki. I'm the director for Thrive Agri East Africa. Thrive Agri is an ag tech that came off from West Africa and is the only implementing partner for Visa Foundation. So we provide access to markets, and we've had a very good history with Geoffrey, and looking forward to the engagement you're going to have today. But I'm very happy to see the farmers here. This is very, very important because they are the reason why we are here. So that's very good to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. The last person I want to introduce so that we move forward is Axon. Edward, did you come with your machine?
Actually, it's still there.
Okay, so.
Hello everyone, my name is Edward, as you said. We are working for Axol. Axol, you interact with the machine. It's one equipment that we deploy to the entrepreneurs, and we saw some very good results that we should share. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I've almost introduced everyone in the room, apart from one. Please. You might wonder why I'm introducing like this, because we brought you here to interact. If you don't make businesses from this meeting, then we have lost the opportunity. Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fred Abanga. I work for CCL Group. We are the ones who will be verifying the activities that you do in the field, sponsored by the church. I'm with my colleague, Kolanet.
Pleasure. So one thing that Fred was telling me in the morning, this is a great opportunity to interact with you, because the church would like to know how much progress we've made. And the good thing is we brought them here. So it's easier for you to start making the connections. You understand monitoring and evaluation. And we want to understand how we've progressed. So it is your moment, all the enterprises, to make sure we do that. By the way, I want to finally introduce IDE Kenya team members. Can I request that they stand? I will not allow them to speak. I will just tell their names because in the interest of time. Nixon Muturi is our market development specialist. He's one person who has made all these enterprises here have their Facebook pages and digital marketing platforms that have really worked. Have they worked? Yeah. Have they worked? question I want to hear. Give it to Patricia. She seems to be wanting to speak.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I am one of those who benefited through digital marketing, more so marketing the chicks. I'm selling chicks, naked chicks, from commercial companies like Kuku Chick, like Ken Chick. So when we started with Nixon, we opened the Facebook page. We got lots of farmers who were interested in the chicks across the country. Because the companies normally distributed when the country, we've done a lot of work. Thank you.
What is the name of your Facebook page? Because people are interested to look at it. Kindly open your phones.
You go to Facebook, then you search Together Big Agrovet. We are there, marketing whatever we are doing. Thank you.
Ngetambingi is spelled E-N-G-E.
N-G-E-T-H-R. Ngethambingi, it's a Kamba word meaning more harvest. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought Nixon would get better claps than that, but it's okay. You mean you can't get better claps? By the way, on a serious note, some of the enterprises, like from Tarakaniti, were struggling with markets. Rhoda, someone by the name Julius, found himself with markets and stopped looking for markets. Now he's producing. We'll tell you others. On my extreme left here is Charles Mutoka. He's our enterprise and agriculture officer from Bungoma County. Just say like that. At the extreme right is our enterprise and agriculture and enterprise officer from Eastern. She coordinates activities in Machakos, Makueni, and Tharaka-Nithi. She's called Musangi. And then at the center is a gentleman by the name Oyaro, who does work in the monitoring and evaluation space. You want to say hi and sit?
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Thank you all for coming.
Welcome. I'm not sure I'm seeing Alice, so... Okay. So I would like to say it this way, that friends who have come this morning, be it the private sector company, be it the development partner, be it enterprises themselves, be it government, be it media, be it any of those that are around, it is our moment to share our key learnings from the work that we've been doing across the country. And I'm very excited to have everyone on board. I'm not sure if the church is here. The letter they sent the church. They are coming next. Yeah, I know Dennis indicated that will be around 10:30 or thereabout. So we will invite them when they will come. So I want to say it this way, that you are most sincerely welcome to Nairobi, and specifically to this Serena Hotel, to learn and share your experiences. I am told there is a nice exhibition outside there. For those who would like to test things, you are free to test. For those who would like to carry home, you are free to carry. Did you come with extras? Yes. Unfortunately, Patricia didn't come with the actual chicken, she came with the feeds. Whenever you find yourself in that part of the world, she can slaughter for you chicken, and she makes it happen. Chicken is slaughtered. Farmers sell chicken to her, a full one, but buy small pieces so that they can sustain the consumption of the pieces of chicken on a daily basis for nutrition purposes. Are we together? I also want to say that with government, you've really assisted us make a difference in what we do. And I don't think I need to say any further, but to just say that please guests, come along. So I would like to say that with your support, with the kind of collaboration that we have had at the different levels, it's really made a difference in how we've implemented this program called Transforming Lives Through Nutrition. We were actually waiting for you before I sit. Yes, no, it's all right, we understood. Dennis informed me that you are actually coming.
We went to the wrong Serena Hotel.
There's another Serena? Which one?
Well, they had a really good breakfast. We had to stay in there. I'm so sorry. I brought snacks up there. I'm so sorry.
Don't. No, you know, if there is one thing that I'm happy about, is whatever happened, it has happened.
It's happened.
But you have arrived.
Yeah, been there, done that.
So, Geoffrey Nyamota is my name. I was welcoming everyone into the room. I have welcomed everyone else, apart from representatives from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And since I know Dennis is coming later, I would request that you kindly take this moment to just say hi and say your name and sit. At the right moment, we'll give you time to give your remarks.
So, my name is Elder Chadwick. My wife is Sister Chadwick. Oh. We are with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We are missionaries from the United States. We live in the state of Wyoming. And we're here as missionaries. We'll be here for 18 months. We're working with the LDS Charities. That's the arm of the church that does humanitarian projects. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just happy to be here, and if I'd known, I would have worn my hairnet, and we could have matched. Perfect. So, thank you for having us. We just love being here.
That clap is a half. Do you know why I was requesting we make it full? It is because with their support, I'm saying with their support, the learnings that we are going to share, sir, the people that you are seeing in white, these have come from the various villages where we are working in Kenya. And they are the drivers of the market for nutritious foodstuffs. Not the stuffs that we find in hotels. Real food, genuine food that people consume. And so all of them, initially they were called farmers. Later, when we enhanced their capacity, they became directors. And they are directors in the sense of being directors, because each of them is working with an enterprise that is reaching about, Patricia, how many people? She is currently reaching 10,000 farmers in her village. Don't you think that deserves to be called a director? It's amazing. I have been there several times, and I have seen a great work that is happening. Not just herself, Judith Munyasa from Bungoma County, she's from here, in Makueni County. So I don't think I need to speak any further. MC, I want to return this to you. Have I done what you asked me to do?
Absolutely, good job. IDE Country Director Geoffrey Nyamota. He knows each of these ladies by name. Isn't that amazing? Let's appreciate him. Ladies and gentlemen, just a recap of the conversation we had earlier, and I was telling you about my interactions with these MVPs, our farmers here today, our smallholder farmers here today. They've created employment, they're feeding their families, they're making profit, and life is a much better place for them now after this empowerment. And we truly, truly are grateful to IDE Kenya and partners for making this happen. Without further ado now, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. We know that agriculture is a devolved function in the country, and so what's happening in the counties across the country? A lot happening across the country's challenges, milestones as well, growth, now that agriculture is a devolved function. So
please help me welcome a government representative from Bungoma County who will be helping us look at, among other issues, opportunities for better alignment with government, be it national government, be it county government. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up on stage now is Country Director, Agriculture, Bungoma County, Frederick Watia. Please help me welcome him.
Thank you, Lilian. Am I audible? Hope it's okay? Yes. Okay, thank you, Lilian. As I said, I'm Frederick Watia, not county director, but director county, but not country. That's a small correction. County Director for Agriculture, Bungoma County, Frederick Watia. Allow me, I know we are quite a number of county governments here, and from the national point of view in Joku, I said there are two levels, the national office and the county government offices. As he said, most or not nearly every work in the county, in the Department of Agriculture is devolved. At national, they do the policy, the capacity building, and technical advice, but in the implementation is done at county government. I know the county government that are represented here, that's where we are doing the implementation in the agriculture space. Allow me to say our mandate cuts across all the counties of ensuring increased production and productivity of all agricultural value chains in our counties to ensure there is food and nutrition security for our people in the counties. And how the need of transforming the lives through nutrition is very key department within our mandate and our objective at the counties of increasing the agricultural production and productivity to ensure food and nutrition security. And that mandate is very elaborate. As county governments, we cannot accomplish singularly. That's why we need partnership and collaboration in achieving that big mandate. In Bungoma, I hope the iDE team are on the ground, and it is good we have come here for a inaugural learning event, where we are going to learn from other counties on how the iDE team and the partners are steering the implementation of those counties. As counties, I've said the mandate is elaborate, but this one cuts across all the counties. We may find that the resources the county governments are having may not be adequate to meet the needs of the people of those counties. And that's why we call upon the stakeholders to come and intervene. I know for the case of Bungoma, iDE have done quite a lot. And in essence, they are complementing the efforts of the county governments of Bungoma. Because like in Bungoma, we are having around 2 million people to attend to. Around 2 million people to attend to. So as the county Department of Agriculture alone, we cannot reach them. So I know we've had, even in terms of staff position, where we stand as counties, the farmer-staff ratio is very high. The staff-farmer ratio is very high because, as we talk, most staff in the counties are retiring. And the county governments are not recruiting staff commensurate with the number that are retiring. So what it means is that we are having fewer staffs who are supposed to reach our farmers. So when partners like iDE come in with this initiative or coming up with the farm business advisors and such like, they come in to bridge the gap. Like the team that is seated in front here, they have qualified. I know in Bungoma, I presented the certificate to some of them. They are really going to complement our work. As county departments, We are also making some legislation which we are what we call cascading down the national legislation to county level, so that we make sure all partners who are coming in the agricultural space in the various counties have a landing in terms of policies. Like in the Bungoma, I know in the Kakamega, there are quite a number of policies we have put in place or customized the national, so that they fit the respective counties. So what I want to say, as we come here for this landing point from the county position, that we will not take it for granted for this kind of partnership. I want also to appreciate the church. You know, the church is doing also a lot, apart from just the spiritual nourishment. They're also going to an extent to ensure the people are also having food and nutritional security as a church. We want to say a big thank you for that work. So I don't want to go so far because I know there are quite a number of others. As from the counties, we appreciate so much for this work that is going on. Thank you so much.
Frederick. That is Frederick Potier. He's the County Director, Agriculture, Bungoma County. Right, you can hear me now. DJ, is my mic okay? Yes, that's fine. We are proceeding, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to now shift focus to food fortification, which is a mandatory public health requirement by the Ministry of Health in Kenya. It's a strategy that the Ministry of Health insists will fill nutritional gaps. We know that farming practices previously have had gaps, and of course compliance as well from farmers has been an issue. So when we talk about micronutrient support, what are we talking about? When we talk about fortified foods, what are we talking about? Help me welcome to speak to us on this issue our next speaker, who will be looking into issues to do with food fortification, and we'll be hearing remarks by the Fortified Whole Grain Alliance. And there's a representative with us here this morning who will be talking matters food fortification. Please join us from the Fortified Whole Grain Alliance. If you are in our midst this morning, do we have somebody from there? Yes, kindly join us up here as we hear from you on what this entails. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more.
Good morning.
My name is Jones, Zioki David. I represent my Managing Director at Fortified Whole Grain Alliance. Fortified Whole Grain Alliance is an NGO, and our main goal is catalytic. Basically to nudge people to go back to where we used to be. What I mean is we encourage production and consumption of fortified whole grains. We all know the menace with NCDs, non-communicable diseases, and all the other health challenges that we have. And many studies have really shown that most of these health concerns are actually diet-related. So looking back and backing on a lot of meta-analysis on what can be done in the short term and also in the long term is basically to encourage people to eat more healthier, reduce ultra-processed food consumption, and go back to where our forefathers used to be. I had a presentation, if you can throw it up. So I'll take you through what we do. And from the beginning, I said we look at post-harvest losses or mitigation of post-harvest losses from a different perspective. And the different perspective is during processing, we basically, depending on the stable, that we spend about 20 to 30% of the food actually goes to animal feed. So we feed our animals more healthier than we do ourselves. We throw away the jam, we throw away the bran that is heavy laden with the micronutrients and vitamins, then we are left with the carbohydrate-rich endosperm that is the very strong source of the many problems that we have. So I was requested to talk on a project that we would be running in Kenya. This project started in 2024 The first phase ended in March this year, and we are on the second phase. This project, I want to give a reminder that we were doing it in partnership with partners in Food Solution, and it was sponsored by the City Foundation. So this is basically the overview, the objective. Of course, we were looking at how can we create a demand kind of a model that can trigger increased consumption and production of fortified whole grains. And we look at it from a staple base. In East Africa, the most common staple is maize, so we basically zero in on maize. West Africa, we're dealing with rice. North Africa, we're dealing with wheat. And our goal was to convert close to 60% of the flour that is consumed, especially at the base of the pyramid. And unfortunately, just a kind of a glimpse in Kenya. The last time I looked at the data, about 60% of the total flour that is consumed in Kenya is actually produced by the small and medium small enterprises. Unfortunately, this population does not benefit from fortification because most of these food products are produced by small-scale farmers that are not included in the fortification policy. But I'm happy the government has realized that. Some counties like Nairobi County has already formulated kind of guidelines on how to fortify. And also last December, we partnered with World Food Program and the Ministry of Health. We had a very good kind of consultative meeting that helped draft guidelines for fortification tailored to these portion millers in Kenya, as we call them, or micro millers in Kenya. So looking at how the project was laid out, we targeted 5 counties, and we rolled it in a phase approach for many reasons. Nairobi, Machakos, Kakamega, Bungoma, and Kisumu. We started Nairobi, then Machakos, carrying out the learnings and rolling out to Western Kenya. A lot of learnings, but in summary to date, one of the key things that we were looking at was enabling the micro millers or the portion millers with systems to fortify. We know fortification systems are expensive, but our goal was to aid them to fortify in a more cost-effective manner. So we came up with a simple batch mixing equipment that was locally made, affordable, and also easily usable. Takes about 20 minutes to train actually unskilled portion mill worker on how to use it. To date, we've rolled out, we've actually sponsored 150 millers with these fortification equipments. We've deployed, trained, and they're actively using. And our bigger goal as an alliance, our entry point is always institutional feeding because these are the most needed, the kids, then of course to the lower pyramid consumers. So out of the 150 mixers, 32 have been deployed to schools. And we used a phased approach, of course, deploying, supporting, getting the learnings, and then moving on. Next slide, please. Now, in summary, I just want, in a snapshot, kind of the results and how we performed. In terms of schools that we have onboarded, one of the key things we were looking at, when you looked at the overview, a 3-pronged approach. Linking schools to millers and also joining in the wholesalers or the retailers, because that's where the supply chain is. And that's where we can create most impact, especially to the school children who ideally don't benefit, and also the lower cut-out population. So to date, happy to report that 1,050 schools have been onboarded. They're actually consuming fortified whole grains, foods, in those 5 counties, and still growing. The total coverage is close to 490,000 students actively consuming. And this is growing day by day. And we've had a second phase of the extension. City Foundation was so happy, Rockefeller was so happy, Fortified Whole Grain was so happy. And we had some little fund and we said, why can't we expand the project? So we were given an 8-month extension from April this year, running up to December. The little money that we got, we used it to add 13 more fortification systems, which have since been deployed And so with this more kind of coverage, we expect even to grow the schools. Possibly we will be able to reach around 1,500 schools in Kenya. Phase 1, we also do monitoring to see sustenance. And to date, what we've done, we go back to the schools that we linked to the millers and used to supply fortified whole grains. And I can happily report that we are at 66% sustenance to date. We picked the reason why some have dropped and we are addressing them. So I would expect possibly we should be at around 80%. This is wonderful because this project will be self-sustaining. The millers sell, we create demand for them, and the schools see the benefit of whole grains and they keep on buying. On the milling front, we've been able to do close to 9,000 metric tons. And out of this, 40% is actually fortified whole grain flour. We also monitor the fortification efficacy, and to date, we've noted that we've actually used close to 1,200 kilos of fortificant. That means we do quick mathematics there to see whether the dosage and the efficacy is okay, and it's riding on quite well. Next slide, please. Now, what worked well? I will look at it in 3 ways. System, because we are dealing with schools, millers, and wholesalers, and I'll also look at it from the demand side and also the supply side. So on the system, our entry point, like I've said, was schools. We've had some issues. We know schools are protected areas and you cannot gain entry that easily. So of course we have to go through the ministry, if it's the counties, we have to approach the counties and all that. So we've had quite a bit of some issues because we have to explain to the relevant officers in education, convince them, and this takes some time. We all know decisions through government takes quite some time. And we've also had quite good success where some counties have actually given us directed kind of linkage. They tell us, we give you 5 schools, next time 10 schools, so this has also worked well. On the demand side, I think the most important thing is to have sustained purchase from the schools so that the millers can see sense and continue milling. So this is one of the things that if we kind of strengthen this lever, then I think it becomes very easy to sustain the project. And on supply side, we need to assure that the supply is consistent. That means we got to train the miller. And what we've noted is actually training, just one-time training does not work. The miller needs to develop confidence on fortifying, on using the equipment, and also to be sure to explain to the customers when they come in that this is good, this is how we do it, and they win the purchase or the repeat purchase kind of argument. And next slide. So now this is a little bit kind of cramped up, but yeah. But I think you can imagine it's 2 years of learning and it's a bit of some complicated system. So let me just read the headlines. We kind of looked at it again from 3-pronged. Demand on the institution, demand on the working customers, especially most of us actually, when you go to the posho miller or the micro miller, we term that as a working customer, and which is also a very strong kind of a demand stream. And then, of course, on the side of the supply side. So just on the institutions, and I will keep on repeating this just to make it a little bit more clear. Like I say, we have barriers in terms of decision making. Most of the decisions at schools are made by PTA boards and all that. It takes a lot of time for them to go through and change that decision to adopt whole grains. We also have a bit of some strict regimes in terms of what schools consume, so changing that to incorporate a different food meal is also quite different. And then, of course, I mentioned about access. Schools are controlled, so we have issues. Affordability comes in because schools are used to procuring at certain prices. There might be a slight price increase, and then the budgets are strict and restrictive, so it also becomes quite a bit of an issue. And then you also have acceptability concerns. Unfortunately, misinformation, especially when you look at what we consume in Kenya, especially ugali, it's like the whiter it is, the more healthier or associated with social status, which unfortunately is not the case. So whole grain, because it contains the germ and the bran, tends to be a little bit kind of brown. So when people look at it, the flour, compared to what they are used, there are issues. And this is where now SBCC comes in strongly, social behavior change communication. Then in the middle, please, on the demand side, to most of us who are with time as working customers, people who take their maize for milling to the micro millers are not actually the decision makers. So this was one of the biggest challenges, because you'll give a maid to go to take the maize to be milled at the posho miller. Then she receives the good news from the posho miller, but she cannot change the decision because she was told we want grade 1 or grade 2. So that is a very strong issue. Then of course there are issues to do with habits. There is also most of the other unfortunate thing with fortification is the benefits do not come out quite rapidly. So people need data, and actually I've been challenged in many forums by many people, consumers. Can you give us the metrics on the benefits of fortification? We know it takes time, so this is also something that we have to kind of be aware of. Of course, price is always an issue, and we have a strong issue on misinformation, and this is localized. I would say we had quite a bit of some challenge in Western Kenya, where people talk of many other things about fortification, and you cannot blame them, so you got to couple all these and get them to the right understanding. Then on the supply side, the last one, I'm trying to catch up on time. When we were trying to develop this kind of technology, we learned that there is quite a bit of some time that is needed, because what we were providing were the fortification systems, then we were requesting the miller to buy the electrical gadgets. So that also delayed the project so much, because it might not cost much, but it's not part of the miller business. So in the next phase, we try to factor this as part of the project, so it's to overcome it. Then scale efficiency is a big thing, that the miller needs to be motivated by volumes. And initially, when you're introducing a new product, of course, the volumes are not high. So it might not necessarily make a business sense. So this is gradual and kind of grows. Then, of course, miller self-efficacy in terms of having the confidence to convince a consumer that I'm giving you a better product. We found that most of the millers needed the assistance from our sales agents to assist them nudge the consumers too. And then, of course, input availability. We know maize being a staple here in Kenya, seasonalities and all that has its own complications. And then in terms of the miller looks at it, I'm bringing in something new, I need to make profit immediately. So the time horizon does not get matched with the nutritional benefits. So that's also something that we have to go through. Of course, distribution is always a big issue. We've linked schools. The miller sometimes is not able to deliver. The school is not able to collect, and we have all those kind of dynamics and market access. I want this slide. I possibly want to skip it and go to the last one. Just flip back. Yeah, these are the lessons learned, and we drew these lessons from the 3-pronged approach: the demand side, the supply side, and also the market side, and the system approach. So this is just kind of more detailed explanation, but I want to go to the last slide, which talks of what we think could work. So one is behavior change, takes time, like I've explained. Like I mentioned, we need to do a lot of social behavior change communication to let our people understand the benefits of whole grains, and especially when they are fortified. So one-off exercise cannot yield results. So we need repeated reminder and repeated kind of sensitization to our people. And then government shapes uptake, especially when you're dealing with the institutions. The schools, you always need a pass to go to the schools. So that means you got to go through the protocols and be allowed kind of give evidence and a lot of stuff. So this is also a key thing, and also is more or less the same thing with the working customers, because you need to reach to the principal decision maker, and this takes time. Then we know, like I've said, demand drives supply. Millers are business people. They are there to make money. And the only way they can make money is to have volumes. And like new products, volumes are not usually guaranteed at the start. So you need to create that demand, show them that it's viable, and then they will take it up. Then the other thing that we noted is you can provide the systems, but provision of equipment or the systems does not mean readiness. You got to go in, do a lot of backstopping, hand-holding, training, have them generate confidence, and then they pick it up. And of course, I've mentioned about profit against social impact. A business person will look at what is in there for me in the short term. They don't mind much about what the health benefit is. So again, takes a lot of nudging, takes a lot of time, but once they pick, it picks quite well. We've seen schools that we started with from the beginning, they're actually increasing the volumes, and they 100% substituted their refined foods into fortified whole grains. Then last one is wholesalers prefer brands. Now, most of the whole grain is not branded, and you will actually bear with me, those who live in Kenya. When you go to the micro miller, the posho miller, most of it will be packaged in unbranded bags in its bulk packing, or they put for you in craft papers that are unmarked. Now, people, and you can't blame consumers because you need to see what the product is all about in terms of information and all that. People prefer brands. So we've also been trying to encourage and support most of the micro millers come up with commercial brands. Happy to say, today in Kenya, we have 3 micro millers who have come up with commercial brands, and you can find them in the market. In Rwanda, we have about 2. And then West Africa, we are trying to get at least another 4. So I think when we look at all these, we can borrow some experience from our project and then help drive nutrition, at the same time mitigating post-harvest losses. Because we have a lot of data and statistics that show for when we convert to whole grains consumption, there is a lot of saving on land use. There's a lot of saving on fertilizer use because you use little food to feed more people. And also there's, of course, obvious benefits of carbon emissions. So I want to pause at that point and thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Jones David, Senior Food Specialist, FWGA. Let's appreciate him once again. I think, John, that was very informative because not many people in this room will confess that when they go to the supermarket, they want to buy the refined unga, the white, pure, nice-looking one. And many times when you go to the village and your grandma gives you that, that ugali from the kisiagi, the nice, not very well. It's healthy, but it doesn't look very nice. You don't want that on your plate, right? Yeah. But that's why when you eat this refined unga, you're hungry after, 2. So for Weight Watchers, I'm stealing a tip for you guys. Eat the ugali from uko kisiagi, ile Kina Patricia, the one that they actually bring nicely fortified. That is what you need to be looking into. Thank you very much, Jones. That was very informative. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce that the church is contributing to nutrition programs across the country, and that is indeed good news. The church has a heart for nations and communities, and we really appreciate that. And I'd now like to shift our focus to IDE Kenya's funding and development partner. We'll now be hearing from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I'd like to invite Dennis Mukasa, who is in our midst, I believe. Is he here yet? All right. If he's not here, then I will have the pleasure of asking you, sir, IDE Country Director Geoffrey Nyamota, to please come here and invite. Okay. All right, and please, as we continue, ladies and gentlemen, this is an interactive session. Please talk to the person seated next to you, ask questions. If I was sat next to Jones and David, I would really have a lot of questions about this Unga story because I love Ugali. So I'd have a lot of questions for him. Sir, please proceed. Thank you.
How is that going? How is that going? Great. If it's great, can you clap? Thank you. We specifically requested Fortified Whole Grain Alliance to come and give that presentation because we have partnered with them in Kitui County and in Bungoma County. And I want to report that Judith Munyasa, whose business has been benefiting from the fortification process, is in the room. Judith, can you stand up and say hi like this? Hi. Hi. All those discussions that you have said, sir, resonate with what we have seen. And so, as you get up, you have heard what he has said. The recommendations that have been provided. Social behavior change is a real issue. By the way, when we did a baseline, Mr. Watia, we discovered that in one of the counties in Western, young children are not allowed to eat eggs. Is that true? What is the reason? No, I'm being practical. I was there in my presentation. This was a finding. And to avoid benefit of doubt, he has confirmed. Did you hear what I said? Kids are not allowed to eat eggs because they think, or community says, that if a kid eats an egg, speech will be delayed. Madam Eva, is that the case? And the child will forget that children are not allowed to eat eggs. And yes, eggs are so nutritious for them. And why are they allowed to eat eggs? They won't be able to speak. They're meant to be seen and not heard. Did you hear that statement? So some of the social behavior issues that we are addressing through transforming lives through nutrition are some of those. Others are what our Master of Ceremony has just said about the kind of flour that people would prefer to eat in their homes. Another thing that we also discovered is that in the villages, those kiosks, what they actually sell are very interesting things. Do you know what people do? They sell eggs or chicken to go and buy what do you call them? Processed products that have no nutrition benefit whatsoever. Yeah. Processed, yes. So the processed products are what you mainly find in those villages, and we are using these enterprises to actually demystify the fact that the products that they are making are highly nutritious, and so they ought to be utilized in those communities. I'm saying all this just to give you context that in as much as I'm a horticulturist by profession, that is my first degree, and under normal circumstances, when we feed a crop, do we have an agriculturist? Fred, you are here. If I keep spraying my crops with a foliar fertilizer, would I get the amount of maize I need to produce per acre? Foliar fertilizer, no beso, no top dress. No. I cannot. So, if you are agreeing with me, then allow me to spend a few minutes in the presentation. Are we together?
Yes.
I was not supposed, I'm not qualified to give this presentation. This was supposed to be done by our nutrition project manager. Her name, June Cherutich. Unfortunately, her baby got unwell, and they are currently admitted in hospital. So she requested that I help her in giving this presentation. Do you accept?
Yes.
And please pray for her that the baby be well and they come out of hospital. Are we together thus far?
Yeah.
So my presentation is right here. Lillian, could you give me the other mic? I prefer moving around. I feel like a pastor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Now with this, I'm comfortable. Okay. So I'm going to give a short presentation. Most of the things that have been said by Fortified Whole Grain Alliance, I don't want to repeat. So I want to specifically speak to a few of the issues, and then we will be done. I hope after this there will be tea. MC, is that going to be the case? And we also agree that the remarks from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints will be given by Dennis when he arrives. We spoke yesterday, he was elsewhere, but he indicated he would be a bit late. And
we're not sure if he's even going to make it.
He's in Uganda.
he came yesterday. He came last night. Oh, please, can I allow you to do that? Please. Yeah, I'm happy that you are speaking. Yeah. Most welcome. Can we give him a clap?
It's good to meet you guys here today. I don't know what Dennis had in mind and what he was going to tell you guys. He just said, go to this meeting and go to a meeting, I guess. We usually sit in the back and go to the meetings, and then we go back to our apartment and do our work. So, but I just want to tell you a little bit about a little bit more about us, and a little bit more about what the church does. First of all, I grew up in Wyoming, she grew up in Utah, in the United States. We grew up as members of our church, and when I was a little guy, we were taught to be self-reliant. Stay out of debt, get a good education, and even we were told to get a good food storage. Now, obviously, here in Kenya, most people can't get a food storage. But we were taught to be self-sufficient, and that's what we try to do as a church. We want everybody to be self-sufficient. We would rather give people a fishing pole and teach them how to fish rather than just give them a fish. That's our whole concept. The church gets its money from private donations, from individual members of our church. We have people, we pay tithing. We're asked to give 10% of our income to the church. So we pay 10% to the church. We're also asked if we want to pay into humanitarian services and other projects that we pay into. My wife and I have been paying our tithing since we were little people to even today. We pay tithing, and we also donate to the humanitarian fund of the church. Humanitarian funds of the church are earmarked to go to non-members. And we work in the Africa Central Area office, and the office covers all of Central Africa from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, all those countries. And our job is to go around, we look at projects, we write down our evaluations, and we put them in a system called CHAZ, where the church wants to keep track of its money. We go out, we review the projects, we go to schools, hospitals, agricultural projects, all kinds of different things that we do. We get more requests, probably for everything that we do, there's probably 10 more requests that we can't do. Because we can't fill all the needs of Africa. But we do put millions and millions of dollars just into Kenya, plus many other countries throughout Africa as well as throughout the world. But one of the things that we see as we go out is we see a lot of people that are struggling. They're struggling with their lives. They're struggling. Many people are hungry. They don't have the food the nutrition, the foods. Some people are lucky if they can get one meal a day. And we grew up in a country where 3 meals a day is just normal. And so we feel for you, for your people. And so it's very difficult for us sometimes when we see the struggles that you have. But we're not allowed, we can help people financially, but we are not allowed to do that because the church doesn't want people to think that we're going to go around and just give people a handout. We're here to try to teach people to be self-sufficient. Now, as for Dennis, he is our administrator because he's teaching us the ropes, the things that we're supposed to learn how to do. He told us one day, he says, you guys will be here for 18 months. And he says, about time we get you trained up, where you know everything, you're going to take off. And then a new set of missionaries will show up and I'll have to start all over again. And so, and there's quite a bit of things we're still learning what to do and the process of because our software is very complicated and many things that we have to do. Do you have anything you want to say? But I just want you to know that we really love working with the Kenyan people. When we first got our assignment, we were told that we were going to be going through all of Central Africa to many different countries. And so, well, that would be great. We'll get to go see a lot of different countries. Well, then we got here and they said, no, we're not going to let you do that. We're going to let you stay right here in Kenya. But we have seen a lot of Kenya. We've gone all the way from Marsabit, all the way to Mombasa, west and east, north and south. We go all over the country and we visit a lot of people and we see all different kinds of situations. But it's very humbling to me because I grew up where I didn't have to worry about where my next meal was coming from. I didn't have to worry about income or any of that stuff. I mean, I grew up as a farmer, and we did not, even on the American standards, we didn't have a lot of money growing up. But we had all the things that we needed. We had 3 square meals a day. And I had a great childhood. We did a lot of hunting and fishing and all kinds of things in the American West. I really enjoyed my childhood. And then I later got a degree as a school teacher. At the same time, I started a small business. And that business began to grow. And as the business grew, I only taught for 1 year as a school teacher. And then we started running the business, and we've been doing that ever since. Now my son and my family and people we've employed is now running the business while we're here serving in Africa. We come here on our own dime. We don't get a salary. We pay our own expenses. The only time we get reimbursement is when we travel around through hotels and our fuel expenses is paid by the church. But other than that, we pay our own way. But we are just glad that we could be here and serve with your people. We see so many situations. Sometimes, and one thing I want to emphasize is the money starts at the top. We give it to an organization. We want that money to, as much as possible, funnel down to the people that really need it. Obviously, we know you have office expenses, you have administration, labor costs, all those things have to be paid out. But we hope, and we try to pick organizations that when the money starts at the top, most of it will funnel back down to the people that really need it. So, do you want to say anything?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I love this theme right here, transforming lives through nutrition. And I've been looking at that, and I've just been thinking about that, and just we will have been here 6 months on August 16th. And when I first got here, it was definitely a transition for me. And now that we've been here almost 6 months, I dearly love the people of Kenya. And I have seen things that have impacted my heart and my mind and has left a permanent impact on me, has changed me for the better. And at the core of all of that, and looking at your theme, transforming lives through nutrition, I think the one thing that's missing is love. When we go out and we visit people and we visit schools and all the different things that we do, there's a great love for wanting to help one another. And that's at the core of all the work that we do. You're here because you love helping other people and you love serving them. And that love, that love comes from one source, and that's the Savior Jesus Christ and our Heavenly Father, because He loves each of us individually. And He loves His children. And He wants us to be happy, and He wants us to be able to be taken care of. And, you know, we've seen all levels of poverty. We've seen people that are malnourished, that have great famine, and we've seen people that are just living day to day, but they do have enough to eat. So we've seen all levels of that. But at the core of that, when we were in Marsabit, Alan had the opportunity to go into one of the nomad huts. And he took some pictures and visited with the father. And the one core thing that Alan took away from visiting with this father and this man was that his family was the source of his happiness. It was his greatest joy. And he didn't have a television. He didn't have any electricity. He didn't have a telephone. He didn't have any of the modern technology that we enjoy so abundantly here in Kenya. And that has just resonated with me so much. And you could just feel the love that he had for his family, for his village, and for the people that he associated with every day. So I think that's my message to you today, is that as you serve these people through all the different ways that you do, through all of your different companies, how you do it, how these women work every day, whatever it is that you do, remember that you're doing it as an act of service, and that service that you're doing is going to help somebody else, and that you're allowing yourself the opportunity to love someone. And you can love somebody after just meeting them for 10 minutes. I know, I've experienced that. We've gone into some schools and we've connected with the head teachers and the teachers and the children. And I haven't wanted to leave because we've fallen in love with the people there. And there's just a great feeling there when you're with them. And I challenge you, as you serve one another and as you're out and about in your communities and you're doing this amazing work, you're transforming lives through nutrition, that you allow yourself to just be a little bit more vulnerable, just a little bit more open, and that you love the people that you serve. I love the opportunity to be here. I love to serve as a missionary with my husband. It's something that we both have wanted to do for many, many years. And this opportunity just kind of fell into our lap. And we're just absolutely so blessed and so happy to be here. And I leave this with you. So thank you so much.
Sister Chadwick and Elder Chadwick, I'm truly humbled. The work that we do, we always apply the so-called Christ method. And the Christ method, as Sister, you've rightfully put it, it is having to have the empathy for the persons that you are serving so that you actually meet their need. And then from there you can tell them whatever message that you had. And truly, I see when we work with these great people that you are seeing here in white dusty coats, they are the ones who know which families are nourished. What do they need to move away from what it is that is happening in their villages. So I'm very excited that you could actually come and grace the occasion. Dennis has actually visited with our activities both in Western and also in Eastern Kenya alongside Johnny Badu. And they clearly can resonate with the kind of activities that they have seen. So I most sincerely thank you for taking your time to join us. Sorry for missing the hotel. But of course, for the fact that you've actually been able to address this congregation it's a great moment. So in the interest of time, I know our tea will be served not too long from now. Would you want that I present, or we do tea first? I present first. Great. So, I can see my namesake in the room, Geoffrey. Feel most welcome. I'm singling out him because he came, I think, a bit later. I didn't introduce him from Aseli. So, friends, this is what I would like to say. Remember, we are talking about learning events. And beyond the learning event, it is a program called Transforming Lives Through Nutrition that we've been jointly implementing with IDE, Vitamin Angels, and Helen Keller, who are all present in the room. And of course, our supporters have been the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and I'm glad that they have already spoken. Now that they have spoken, I can quickly go to what we've so far done and what we've learned. And I would also give you freedom when it's tea time to actually engage with these champions here, to understand how you can partner with them or how you can partner with us to make this actually happen. Sister Chadwick, just something came to my mind, that the statement you have said about self-reliance is so key to us that whatever we do, if we don't see this, the people that we use as the agents to reach the farmers, the communities in the different places, then we are not making the difference. But when we see them reaching schools, reaching families that are vulnerable and all that, we are truly humbled to see that happen. So in a nutshell, I would like to say IDE as an organization, we are headquartered in the US, in Denver, and we have operations in 12 countries, 6 of which are in Africa. We have Kenya, we have Ethiopia, we have Ghana, we have Mozambique, Madagascar, Zambia. Those are the countries that we have in Africa. I don't want to mention the ones in Asia, because maybe a number of you have not been to those parts of the world. I think it's important we mention what is around us. The other thing that I would like to also say is that as IDE, we do mainly focus on food. What did I say? We focus on food. Our partners, Vitamin Angels and Helen Keller International, deal with matters to do with nutrition-specific interventions. Did I get it correct, Peter? Yes. Nutrition-specific, we give it to Vitamin Angels and Helen Keller. Nutrition-sensitive. You get what I'm saying? So when the issues are identified, there's malnutrition, they deal with that. But beyond what the treatment, what do? We need to have the so-called self-reliance. How do we make these families produce sufficient food, consume it in the right way, so that at the end, their families are completely liberated from the challenges to do with malnutrition. I'm told malnutrition is referred to as hidden hunger. Do you call it that? Micronutrient deficiency. They call it hidden hunger. You think you have eaten, but in what you have eaten, you have not received what you needed. So I would like to move. So yeah, I think we have said this, that we are dealing with food. And when we talk about food, we are working both in the dry areas of eastern Kenya, where drought-tolerant crops are key to us. The likes of green gram, the likes of green gram, millets, sorghum, maize. You know this thing they call pigeon peas. How many of you have eaten pigeon peas? I doubt.
Are they the ones that pop out of the pod?
Yes.
Adam.
You have eaten them.
Yep.
There is also something called cow peas. I ate them this morning before coming here. Yes, they are taken out of the pods. Very nutritious. Next slide. So, in terms of the partnerships that we have, these are the partnerships. We already introduced them, so I don't need to speak much to this particular slide. Or if you want, we can share with you the slide later. So I've already spoken about the interventions we have as transforming lives through nutrition, and I've said there is nutrition specific, which are named multiple micronutrients supplementation, the vitamin A supplementation and the deworming, and of course breastfeeding promotion, infant and young child feeding promotions, and of course acute malnutrition and screening and treatment. And then of course the sensitive ones are about how do we access this food in a manner that makes economic sense to the people that we serve. Am I correct? Am I okay to that end? At some point, Esther, when I will be talking about cooking demonstrations, I will ask that you spend a minute. Okay, next slide. So, in context, we are talking about the context of Kenya. If you looked at the population, we are approximately 57 now, million. Is that true? Approximately. The next thing that I would like to say, out of this, you can see so many children, approximately 2 million that are stunted. That is a big problem. In terms of food that could have been fed to them, you realize we lose anywhere between 30 and 50%, be it in the horticulture sector or the grain sector or in other sectors. And these are the foods that actually have the nutrients that these children require. Remember, our programming is more or less looking at children of 1,000 days and below, thereabout, and women of reproductive age. These are the people who, if you impacted on them, then our generation into the future is guaranteed. The other thing that I would like to also mention here is in the so-called ASAL areas, we are when you look at how the situation is, drought, I'm sure Patricia or people from Eastern will tell you that there are moments they never have a harvest. And because they don't have a harvest, what do they have to do? They have to depend on a handout. But that is not what we are doing as a consortium. We are actually helping them adopt systems that will help them produce food with or without rain, with the least amount of water available. Next slide, please. As IDE Kenya at a glance, on our mandate of addressing nutrition-sensitive matters, we've been able to reach this number of smallholder farmers through these great enterprises here. We've been able to save in excess of 2,100 metric tons. When we say 2,100 metric tons, that is 2.1 million kilos. Am I communicating? Yeah. This is what has been saved from loss. So what has become food is a lot more. The other thing that I would like to also mention is we use a self-reliance model of using enterprises to reach people in their communities. And for them to do that in a more reliant, self-reliant way, they have to generate an income. One day somebody asked me a question. If you are empowering these enterprises to make money, aren't they defrauding those people in the village from getting those resources? I actually confirmed practically last week that farmers producing 1 bag of green gram, which would be approximately 10 to 12,000 Kenya shillings, these enterprises only charge how much shillings? How much shillings? 300, not 3,000. Are we together? If they didn't have the technology and it rained, that grain would go to waste. It germinates sooner than you would know. And so through this support to these enterprises, they are making some money out of it. And because they are making some money out of it, they actually go an extra mile to reach the people that they need ought to reach in the villages, including schools and hospitals. In terms of the communities members we've reached, I think you can see the numbers. I would like, and whatever they do, they offer services for a fee. I have illustrated where a farmer is going to get anywhere between 10 and 12,000, but the enterprise is only taking away 300. It makes economic sense to help with that. And because of their help, these farmers are actually expanding the production. And if they're expanding their production, it means more money is actually going to come from their farm and more food is going to become available. Next slide, please. So in terms of post-harvest mechanization, that's what I've just spoken to. Normally, people would beat the grain and get the pods out, as Stajabik was saying, the ones that pop out like that. We are using technology to do this. And the technology that we are using spends the least amount of time, and that gives the women who are supposed to be doing this work ample time to take care of their children and also take care of their families. Am I communicating? Thank you. In terms of when you use the technology, there is almost nothing you lose. Because when you look at the pods that have been threshed, you actually don't find any grain. But when you do the beating with the sticks, what happens is you lose most of the grain. Next slide, please. One of the key things that we've done, and this I request Esther. As Esther is coming, remember we are talking of cooking demonstrations. We are not telling them to cook food that has been bought from the kiosk in the village. We are telling them to cook food that has been produced.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Good morning once again. My name is Esther. As Josie has said, I work for Healthcare International as a Senior Program Manager. I will explain how we do cooking demos as part of the Transforming Lives Through Nutrition. This is an integrated activity where we are trying to complement each other and bring the best out of the two organizations. So ideally, for us, as Jeffrey mentioned, we are a nutrition organization. We focus on the child and the mother from the time of conception until the child is 2 years, but we also continue up to 5 years. So in terms of complementary feeding, when a child reaches 6 months, they have a number of food groups that they need to have fed. And also the pregnant woman also has a variety of food that they need to consume so that the baby and the mother can grow very healthy. So what we encourage is a diverse food. Traditionally, while we would do our cooking demos, we would have the mothers come together and we'll have the departments of, we work closely with the departments of agriculture and health, and the agri-nutritionists, they would come up with recipes using the local foods to come up with these diets. But most of the time we would also require some of these things to be bought from outside. How we are now working together with IDE, IDE has these beautiful women wearing white here, and they have already we've seen some of the products that they are making outside here. So what we are doing is trying to integrate these commodities and these new technologies that they've come up with from the items that have been showcased out here. How do we now bring them on board to the child and the mother? So the cooking demos are now using the locally available foods, not only in the traditional way that we used to know, but also using the technologies that have already been added by the teams from IDE to these women, so that now the women are able to consume foods that are locally made. They are also able to have additional products from the same item. Maybe we only knew ugali from maize, but now we can have brown ugali and all these other ugalis, courtesy of them. And then they also benefit from this because they are creating markets, because these women are based at the same locations where the babies and the mothers
nutritious to them. Communicated. So the next slide. So this is one picture of how it's happening out in the field, and you can see we are properly adorned in the Transforming Lives Through Nutrition. The other thing that we also do is value addition. Instead of you know what usually happens is if you produce food, you don't have money, the next step will be you sell it at throwaway prices to the market. How we are doing it now is we are helping these microprocessors actually get technology, use that technology to produce food that can be sold at a better price and also be consumed within the locality. And as a result of this, it has made it possible for those kiosks in the village to actually sell some of these products instead of selling the unhealthy, you call them snacks, or highly processed products that you find in the villages. I hope I'm making a statement that these wonderful people, especially the ladies, by the way, I was told, I'm using a bad example, if you want to catch a thief, you do what? You send another. Oh, you send a thief to catch a thief. In this case, we use women entrepreneurs. These are the people who know the women in the villages. Am I communicating? They are the ones who know what should be cooked. They are the ones who know how to engage with other women in those communities so that they guide them. You know what? The way you do it is good. But if you do it this way, the better for you and for your family. Otherwise, if it was Geoffrey trying to train how to cook, which woman would want to be in that training? Are you getting my point? Okay, next. By the way, as we are talking about that value addition, that is where our good friends from Beldev and from Busia, Elder, are coming, talking about the soy milk, talking about the milk from the cows, and all that. The other thing is about blended flour and fortification. I don't think it makes sense for me to speak to this slide after my good friend spoke about it. Don't you think so? Yes. Don't you think that it's okay? We are helping enterprises to do this because in the villages, someone at the back by the name Axel, kindly stand. They have a very small meal, and that meal can make your food. In fact, like in my own house, I bought it so that we cook what we see them cooking in my home. So the other day, you can just see some. If you want the technology, you will see it outside here, and if you want to procure it, please proceed and engage with Edward. So what I would say here is we are helping these entrepreneurs process this food and then engage with schools. You heard what he was saying from Fortified Whole Grain Alliance. You know, Fortified Whole Grain Alliance will come from Nairobi to want to talk to those people in the village. But here we are talking of an entrepreneur in that village who knows the chairman of the school. Am I communicating? Who knows the administrator at the hospital. So how difficult is it for them to talk and agree on a business deal? It becomes very easy. So that model, that's the only thing that I wanted to add on this particular slide. And we are helping with these entrepreneurs. They are making money, but they are also helping the people in the village address the hidden hunger. Next slide, please. Value addition, I think we've already talked about this. It's more to do with using technology to produce food like peanut butter. I wish we had peanut butter today. Do we have it? Yeah. Oh, we have it. So you'll test it. It's outside here. Hey, most welcome. Thank you. You know, when I see a friend come in, I'll keep appreciating that they have come. This is part of Helen Keller. Okay, so in terms of that, you can already see what we are doing, and for sure, I've already said that in the villages, entrepreneurs are making money. The people who are consuming the products are actually improving their nutritional status, and we want this to continue as opposed to doing the other way around of them using those commercial products. Next slide, please. Forget about the numbers. There is the aspect of collaboration. When we started Mr. Water, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health were operating in their way. But I'm glad that now we are working together to make things happen. And moving forward, that's why we have Rebecca here from MESP. We have Mary here from Farm Africa and from other organizations. We need to work together to make these things actually happen. Am I communicating? That cross-sector collaboration is very important. There is no point of fortify the whole grain alliance wanting to duplicate what we have done. We prefer to collaborate with them so that instead of looking for another miller in the same place, we help them access those millers and life continued. Next slide. Enterprise development. When you see these great people here, we've taken them through a process of business training and financial management so that they themselves build businesses that can run beyond the life of the project. And more importantly, they also help their families to run their family businesses as businesses. And that has worked well for us, including the digital technologies that they have been able to use, and that has made a real difference. And as a result of that, we've been able to reach many more farmers, many more families, many more mothers and babies as a result of this enterprise development system. Next slide, please. In terms of moving forward, we as IDE, working with the county governments and also with other development partners, we want to confirm that strategic partnerships are key. Do you agree with me? Yes. Because these enterprises, for them to expand, for instance, Winfred, who owns Berdev, when we started with her, she only had maybe 50K to invest. Today, how much have you invested? You don't need to speak it. But she needed funds to do that. And she was courageous enough to face a bank, and the bank provided credit for her to expand her business. Are we together? Yes. So I said, when we are talking like this, all these enterprises here, they have actually borrowed, they have paid in full, and qualified for other loans. Are we together? This is to expand their businesses. And if that has worked, why don't you engage with them and provide the much financing that is required? You can complete the club. Complete the club. Great. Rebecca, if you don't meet these people here and start discussions on financing, then we did not make it happen. The other thing that I would like to say is technology is key. I repeat, technology is key. When we started, we only had a few pieces of technology. Now we have in excess of 20 different types of technology that are actually suiting these enterprises to grow their business and also enable them grow their communities and the like. So it's important that we embrace technology at all levels. The one thing that I will not forget is the cooking demonstrations. Anyone here who has done a cooking demonstration? I don't want you to speak. Anyone else who has done a cooking demonstration? And you know, that is my last slide.
Habari ya mchana tena. Nimeshaifanya demo cooking kwangu na IDE, na ilikuwa ilikuwa uji ya wimbi, na sisi kama Wakenya ama Waluhya tumezoea kwamba ukishapika uji hiyo unga unachanganya na njugu, lakini that time tulifanya hivi: unachemsha uji yako, njugu umeshatenga kando, alafu ikiendelea kuboil then unachanganya na njugu. Ilikuwa very nice. Na hiyo kidheri pia yenye tulipika hiyo siku ilikuwa kwamba akisha kaanga, yani unaweka maharagwe kwa maji one day before, like kama unapanga kupika kesho, uweka leo maharagwe kwa maji usoko. Then kesho sasa itakuwa rahisi kwa kupika, inachukua muda kidogo. Alafu hiyo kidheri yako isiwe tu ni kidheri peke yake mchanganyiko wa mahindi na maharagwe. Then una mix na hii kienyeji. Unakaanga ukimix na maseveve. Mnasikia maseveve? Hiyo traditional food. Unachanganya nayo mboga ya kienyeji ndio ilete utamu kabisa ya Waluhya. Asanteni sana.
Did you get how she's speaking it? Yes. By the way, she was simply saying that they do demonstrations in the village using, not the language she has used, using the native language for people to understand. And cooking like beans, the best way of cooking them, soaking them overnight, and then cooking them today, and then mixing with other vegetables that are available in the village to make the meal completely balanced. And she's saying she has done a couple of those cooking demonstrations. I just wanted you to get a flavor of how the cooking demonstration is done by these great people. And you can actually confirm with me that they are doing a fantastic job. Because you see, if you eat something you feel is so nice, as a member of the community or a mother from that home, you would want, if you don't have it, if you don't have it already on your farm, you want to go and produce it. And as you produce it, you want to consume it the right way that you were guided by the entrepreneur. Am I speaking? Yes. So in the principle, this is more or less what June asked me to share with you. Is there another slide? No. Yeah, it's just questions. Can you clap for me? So Lillian, before you stand, I just wanted to say that the collaboration that we have so far had with everyone here has made everything that we are speaking a reality. And moving forward, I'm inviting you, my team IDE, can you stand? IDE does not end there. It ends with the weight. And it also ends with Helen Keller and Vitamin Angels. Can I request that you also stand? Helen Keller, Irene, yes. I hear you have come from West Africa, welcome. So you see all these people, we are all working together. And so when you want a partnership, look for them during lunchtime, during break time. With those remarks, God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Nyamota, and all our speakers this morning. Haven't we had a wonderful beginning to this learning experience? Yes. Come on, guys. Haven't we had a wonderful beginning? That's better. We're now going to be breaking for a health break. Tea will be served, and as we move out to take a break, I encourage you once again to visit the exhibition booths, interact with our farmers, our entrepreneurs that are here with us this morning. Speak to partners, speak to colleagues, ask questions, offer solutions, and we'll be meeting back in the next 15 minutes so that we can continue the rest of the program. The rest of the program involves a panel discussion with experts from different sectors, and you'll be invited to forward your questions and comments during that session. So for now, please feel free once again to visit our exhibition booths if you've just joined us. They are right outside that door, and I'm sure you will be pleased with what you will see. Once again, thank you very much. the next part of our program, as we continue with IDE Kenya's learning event. And this is a very significant part of the program because we will be inviting different individuals from different organizations and institutions to share their knowledge with us around today's theme. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is IDE Kenya's inaugural learning event, and we are very excited to be learning from different persons who have different perspectives on integrated nutrition approaches. So I'll be inviting our panelists here in order of how they will be seated. Remember, you're going to be invited to ask questions, to forward your comments as well, following the conversation that we'll be having very shortly. Let me begin by, first of all, inviting the panelists here for our fireside chat, starting with Peter Ofare, Country Director, Helen Keller International. We'll also be talking to Dr. Abraham Jeff Ndaboki, Director, Strategic Partnerships and Business Development, Thrive Agri East Africa. Please join us. Also, please in that order. Yes. Also joining us is Stephen Jogo, Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist. And I'll also be speaking to Dr. Mary Stella Waboba, Agri-Nutrition Officer, Bungoma County. No, yes, Dr. Mary Stella Waboba. Mary Stella, we're waiting for you. As we wait for Mary Stella, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me just introduce our distinguished panelists to you. And on this end, ladies and gentlemen, is Peter Ofare. He's the Country Director, Helen Keller International. Peter has many years of experience in improving nutrition and public health through programs such as vitamin supplementation, deworming, and maternal and child health. Let's appreciate him. Also with us is Dr. Abraham Jeff Ndaboki. He's the Director of Strategic Partnerships and Business Development, Thrive Agri East Africa. Dr. Ndaboki works with farmers and businesses to develop sustainable agricultural and nutrition solutions. Let's appreciate him. Also with us is Stephen Jogo, who's a monitoring and evaluation specialist. Stephen specializes in measuring the impact of development programs and ensuring results are backed by evidence. And also with us is Dr. Mary Stella Waboba. She's an agri-nutrition officer from Bungoma County. Dr. Mary has extensive experience in training stakeholders and communities on good agricultural practices. Let's appreciate the lady, please. I'd kindly ask to have the handheld mic for our panelists so that it can be passed over as they respond to our questions. All right, good evening, gentlemen. Rather, good afternoon. I'm so used to saying good evening because of my 9 p.m. bulletin. So please forgive me. Good morning. We're headed towards the afternoon. Actually, it's good afternoon now. Peter, I'll start with you. And many thanks for being here today. Let's talk about kitchen gardens and the fact that even in conversations that we've had here and what we've heard from experts here, that this is a good start for many people, for many smallholder farmers. Kitchen gardens make a real difference. Now, in your experience, have you seen local businesses or kitchen gardens make a real difference, as you assume it does, in improving nutrition? And what worked and how?
Thank you, Lillian. Good afternoon. As you are aware, Helen Keller mainly measures on nutrition interventions. We all know that vitamin A interventions saves lives, but vitamin A interventions do not tell us what really leads to malnutrition. So generally, if we are talking about kitchen gardens, the reason why we are even partnering with IDE is to provide us with the knowledge how we can, beyond vitamin A supplementation, how we can ensure that people like the ladies here in white are implementing kitchen gardens. We are also talking about local poultry that we have borrowed from Yamota here and his team. We are also talking about locally based enterprises. And we have seen that over the years, even if a woman visits a health facility or a clinic and is cancelled in terms of nutrition, sufficient foods, she'll still have to go home and find those foods. And where do they get them? They need to get them from their kitchen gardens. We are talking about local poultry, but we are also talking about local enterprises that sell those products at affordable and accessible prices. So there's a linkage. All these are intertwined because even just doing, and there are a lot of factors that play into this. You need water, for example. One time we're in Kilifi with the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, we found that even if you need kitchen garden, you still need water. And this is very important in terms of providing the services to the people. One example that I wanted to give, even if you are to give a supplement to a child or a newborn, or a child, for example, a pregnant mother, she will still have to go home. And if there's deficiency in food supply, that would still be an issue that we need to be addressed. And we have realized that we can't just be giving vitamin A supplementation without moving into other areas like food systems. And this we have learned that the food system is a way of ensuring sustainability in terms of providing locally available foods that are nutrient sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Peter. Abraham, I'll move to you now, and we've had conversations here today around being self-sufficient. And we know that there's a trend towards communities relying on donor support. So when we talk about nutrition-sensitive businesses growing and succeeding in the market, what will it take for that to happen without long-term donor support?
Thanks, Lillian. Just to give context when answering this question so it doesn't look like I'm biased, prior to joining Thrive, I was with Mastercard Foundation, and I was in grants management. So how I even met Thrive was because I was evaluating them for a grant. And answering this question on reliability of grants for nutritious foods production, especially from the subsistence farming, I would like to mention that the reliance is only to catalyze sustainability, in the essence that it's the catalytic part of the funding. Naturally, you shouldn't have dependency on the grants. However, a lot of the implementers have gotten used to that cycle of always awaiting for a grant every year. And that has actually been a reason in why lots of aggregators have not been able to commercialize their businesses. Now, Thrive's USP has come through the utilization of digital technology. So we have an agricultural operating system that has been able to incorporate crop monitoring, agronomic support, and technical support to farmers. Now, what this has done is that it's increased the quality of the produce, in the essence that the right seedlings are used, the right fertilizers are used, and the right pest control chemicals are equally used, and also the right amount of water supply. You find that sometimes the nutrition quality of the produce is affected sometimes because of over-watering. And that has been in many cases where you find the production is in high regions where there's high water supply.
So our AI system has been able to now ensure that we've taken crop monitoring from being manual-based to digital-based. And that has been able to incorporate a lot of support. Now, adding to that, what's the aspect in which we step away from grants? It's input financing. So how input financing works is that we do not lend cash, we lend the inputs. And we lend the inputs and then we recover from the aggregated produce we've provided, we've bought from you. So once we buy the produce from you and we sell it to our buyers, it could be the likes of EABL for soya, Promasido, and the other buyers, we then recover the loan that has been provided to you. So how is that commercially viable? The farmer has an incentive to ensure that the produce is of good quality and therefore have higher quality of nutrients, right? And that happens a lot, right? So grants, for me, I believe, should be the starting point to fuel the engine, but they shouldn't be the reason why the engine keeps running. And we should move away from that. So we're currently doing a pilot project with Visa, Cooperative Bank, and OCP. They are the ones who provide fertilizers. And it's basically providing a first loss guarantee where IFCs guarantee 70% of the loan to 10,000 farmers in Busia, Sia, and Homa Bay. And it's basically trying to ensure that any farmer support being incorporated, from the seedlings to the fertilizers to the pest control chemicals, has been incentivized through now the mechanics that they have a hand in it as a farmer, they have a hand in it as an aggregator, and they also have a hand in it as the people who are buying it, because you want to buy quality produce. You just don't want to buy anything that is being showcased in the market. So for me, I feel that there's a movement away from it, but aggregators need to ensure that there's an incentive for the farmer to also be involved. And we pull away from grants dependency. You also, USAID, once they withdrew their funding, you saw a lot of NGOs, a lot of commercial businesses run out of business. Why? Because their model was all centered on grants. Focusing on commercial viability is the key part. And I think that's how you leverage and you'll be able to upscale yourselves going forward. Yeah.
Right, thanks Abraham. I'll cross over to Dr. Mary Stella before I come to you, Stephen. And Mary Stella, I'm a journalist, and in one of my travels in Turkana, and Abraham, he has talked about reliance on donor support. We noticed that with the pulling out of donor agencies such as the USAID, there was desperation on the ground to levels you cannot imagine. And so you had these Turkana communities who are accustomed to getting sacks of grain and rice and energy biscuits, now left at a loss of what to do. And so what we found is that there were initiatives to now have them start growing vegetables and millet and watermelon, which of course is something new to them. So the cultural attitude as well was an issue. And so just going back to what Abraham has said and just roping in your response to my question to that, what in your opinion helps or limits nutrition-focused businesses from growing at the county level? And even while we observe that reality, what initiative do you think would see this change, that would actually have an impact on the ground, so that we don't have situations where this is just talk here theoretically, but when it comes to implementation, it remains a challenge?
Thank you very much for that question. If I'll just pick up from where my colleague stopped, we find that most of our people rely heavily on donors. They rely heavily to be funded, to be supported. So that at the event that the support is not there, they stop there. So according to my experience and the way I've worked with these people, most of our community, they require knowledge. They require a lot of capacity building so that they are able to initiate, what has been initiated is continuously implemented and is also able to expand it. Because and they also our people maybe they lack finances. So what we've been doing and what we need to do more, which each one of us need to do, we are supposed to link these people to financial institutions. They're supposed to get the knowledge of how to manage those little finances that they get when you link them to institutions. Like you saw in this morning during the presentation, we were told like our SMEs, the ones which Dr. Geoffrey was calling in what? I'm hoping that in the house. Yes. They have been able to be linked or be able to be able to get the finances. So that now when they have the capacity and have this knowledge, how to manage the finances they have, they'll be able to move on and expand what they have initiated.
Thank you for that. So, knowledge, capacity building, and access to finance. Very well said. Stephen, to you, you're a monitoring and evaluation specialist. And so, when it comes to measuring whether or not these initiatives are working, whether these based nutrition programs are actually working or improving what families eat and their overall nutrition, how to go about that? How can we measure that?
Thank you, Rita. Good afternoon. First of all, introduce myself. I'm sitting a from Minister of Agriculture. And I'm an eminent specialist. I work in an office called Agriculture Procurement Office. We are overseeing the implementation of the strategy, the central strategy called Agriculture Growth Strategy, which is running from 2019 to 2030. Now, in the second phase, which is commencing this year, 2026 to 2030. And how we measure nutrition issues, we have an element framework. And that framework has what we have developed, we call the article of indicator. And there are 8 indicators which are nutrition specific, which have been developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. And specifically, we have one that is measuring on the other weight, and that one is measuring on the starting, and that one on wasting, especially on the children. And then we have the other one focusing on the percent of the knowledge contribution. Then we have the other one on food insecure population. Then we have another one on women or production age who are consuming minimum dietary food. So idea that what we do at the ministry, as Mr. Mote said in the morning, at the ministry we do the framework in terms of policy, and then the counties implement. So our focus is also on collaboration and also linkages, because as Mother has just put it, when we work alone, we don't go very far. Because human beings are good and you have to address all the issues that are sector 5. And when you collaborate, all the partners collaborate, there's unity of purpose and there's sustainability and also synergy. So our focus is collaboration and coordination. And we are able to measure all that aspects. We have done indicators to measure every aspect of life as far as agriculture is concerned. Thank you.
And just as I finish with you, you talked about 8 indicators. You talked about stunting, wastage, and nourished populations. But just clarify for us and make a distinction whether these are the key nutrition results that should be tracked right from the onset to show that these programs are making a real difference, or are there other key nutrition results that you would be looking at to actually measure whether or not there's a difference that's being made?
Yes, I've just said that what we do, we develop the framework, and then because we have to link from the grassroots up to the national level, so that we're able to link unified reports. So when the implementer at that level, when we are developing a nutrition-dense food, there is two ways. There is the demand and also the supply. They have to be that link. You have to develop the market. So as part of us, let's just put it, there is need of a lot of training. You train the consumers what they should demand. Because as you said that you can be nutritional, you can be hungry, But when you just run for that, you just want to feed the table. But they not be nutrient. They eat a lot of food which is not beneficial to you. So there is a lot of capacity building. Make sure that whatever population is eating is nutritionally balanced. But that's what comes after. We capacity build the community. And then they demand that kind of food. And then the producer will know what is in demand and then produce that. So when the knowledge is not there, we shall just remain like we are.
All right, many thanks for that. I'll come back to you, Peter. And you know, we have the ladies in white here who have gone through extensive training on market-based solutions. And sometimes the incentive for them or the push may be about making profit. Money is good, money is coming in, I'm able to service my loan, I'm able to feed my family, I'm able to pay school fees for my children. However, even as we look at the reality of the need to grow these businesses, you know, how do we ensure that these businesses are also able to improve access to nutritious foods and support healthier diets?
Thank you, Lillian. I will start from where you started. Most of the businesses, as you have said, are focused on production and profit, as opposed to nutrition-sensitive produce. And that is important because they also have to make profit. But what we also know from what we have done as an organization that, and even before, you said it earlier, food is culturally, in most cases, determined. A lot of places you find that people don't eat this, they eat that, they don't eat, but food may be available. But the people don't eat food that is nutritionally sensitive or dense, may be available, but the people, because of the culture, they don't consume it. We have done a study, what we call optimization of diets. In Samburu, for example, that is looking at the locally available food, foods that are of nutritious value to the communities, and we have done a whole list of that. So what we have done also is that the producers need to meet the 3 thresholds to be of value to the people who consume their produce. One, that food must be nutritious and accessible to the people who are vulnerable and need it. Whenever they need it, it must be available. It must be the market, local market. Secondly, the food must be affordable. Affordable in terms of the cost for the people who are equally vulnerable, not just the middle class or the rich who can afford. We are talking about people who live probably below $1 a day. The other aspect is that the producers must be able to demonstrate that these foods that they are selling are nutritionally dense in those communities where they are selling them. The problem is always the profit that you talked about earlier. And for us, our focus is that because we need this nutrition for children, pregnant mothers, and communities that are vulnerable, that probably in emergency setup and probably communities in hard-to-reach areas. Finally, we have also done some working with aggregators within the country, trying to come up with a formula for protein dense plant protein dense foods, so that we can be able to advise which are mostly available to majority of the people within our communities. As he said, Chadwick said that when he was growing up, they didn't have trouble in terms of food. Majority of us probably did not have the trouble. There are also a number of people who have trouble growing up, not having enough food or sufficient food that is nutritionally available. The other thing that I want to add is that True nutrition sensitive enterprise must keep nutrition at the center of its value proposition. So this is a question that producers will need to deal with. If you have to provide, because sometimes we see these days that the demonstrations that we are seeing out here, they are sometimes very expensive compared to foods that are not nutritious. So that is the balance we need to see between the cost and ensuring that these foods are available, affordable, and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Abraham, to you. You can see these ladies here, rather you've seen the work they've done, the incredible work they've done. They've showcased their products here. And you know, we know through IDE Kenya partners as well, they've been given support in terms of accessing finance. They've been given training on how to access markets and regulation and what have you. So a lot of support really has been given to them, and this is good news. But the sustainability is where the question lies. So even as they showcase the amazing work they're doing, and even as we see the packaging and we see the marketing on TikTok and Facebook and what have you, the question is, 5 years down the line, will they be able to sustain this? So my question to you is, what support do they need most so that they can be able to sustain this upward trajectory?
Thanks, Lillian. First of all, IDE has done an amazing job in ensuring that the support provided to the farmers has been quite instrumental. Now, the core understanding here is that we're trying to support nutritious products, right? All the way from the harvesting of the crop to processing and having it as the final product that now comes to your table. The sustainability for this model, I believe, is by initiating the mechanism whereby farmers can be able to be integrated into the financial system. And basically, you've heard that word going around, banking and bankable, right? How the AOS system has been quite instrumental is because it's tapped into an alternative mode of credit scoring that financial institutions can use. If today a farmer from the outskirts of Turkana, West Pokot, or Isiolo walks into a bank and says, I want to open an account, they'll open the account. But when it comes to accessing the finance, the first question the bank asks is what? Do you have any collateral? Do you have any security? Now, many of these farmers are farming on ancestral land, which is very difficult to use as collateral for a bank. And if today you look at the Agricultural Finance Corporation, a lot of their books are non-performing because they've taken security of land, which now then goes to court and stays for years, they cannot recover. So the farmers need to be integrated into the financial system. And how to do so is to demonstrate to the banks that these farmers can be able to create income from farming and equally service a loan. And as a result, they are incentivized, and I'll always use that word, they're incentivized to be able to even be more productive as a farmer. Because they'll get non-secured loans, which is based on their activity as a farmer, right? And that's why we say working with tech aggregators who are able to track your production as a farmer, that data can be used by most microfinances as a way to leverage or credit score your appetite for capital and also your repairability, right? Because if today the donor funding is off, you need to depend on the financial institutions for capital. You need capital. If you look today, a lot of our farmers we started off were farming on less than half an acre of their entire land that they've inherited. So an example is someone in Busia has 10 acres of inherited land, but they are only able, based on the inputs they have, to farm on half of it. So they are literally less than 50% productive, right? So sustainability is based on you being integrated. And I would push most of the farmers in the room, engage your banks,
right? But most importantly, the work with aggregators who are able to track your production. And then that will be as a way in which you can move from a farmer to an agent, and from an agent to an SME that is basically taking aggregation on behalf of other smallholder farmers. And that builds up, right? So that's the sustainability aspect of it. And IFC, through the World Bank, has been pushing for this form of integration. We've seen it with Equity Bank, right? They banked the retailers that were mostly unconventional and registered. And you can see most of them grew from the kiosk to a supermarket. Some have even gone beyond. So that is the ecosystem in which we want to push through. It's very beautiful to have donor funding. It is. But it's not sustainable. And we push back to ensure even some of this donor funding has an aspect of repairability to also incentivize the recipients of the donor funding to have an aspect of sustainability going forward. Lastly but not least, sustainability also goes into efficiency. How effective are you? You must learn new skills. Right? Today we saw a company here called Axel, how they digitized, right, processing and eased it, right, to the extent that you can do it from the comfort of your home. So I would also push that the only way to also be sustainable is to keep on learning, keep on integrating mechanization, and also push forward agronomic support that you can leverage from technology as well. And I think that's from my side. And the other thing to just push as a last point is that we are currently implementing a program in ASAM regions, that's arid, semi-arid regions, and we're targeting millet and sorghum. Now, many people say, why millet and sorghum? Those are drought-resistant crops. And the produce, once the farmer is not able to sell, can be used as livestock feeds, right? So there's no wastage. That's another aspect of sustainability. How do you recycle what you do not need? Right? Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Abraham. The post-harvest wastage is something that IDE has spoken extensively about, and just looking for ways to curb that wastage. As we start to close, and I'll get to your closing remarks before we invite our audience to forward their questions or comments. This is at county level, Mary Stella, but before you respond to this question, I'd like to hear from one of our entrepreneurs. Her name is Winfred. Winfred, I'll pass the mic to you. Winfred, even as you farm at county level, I'd like you to tell us the successes for you and what you feel still remains a gap. What is not being given priority, especially by county government, because today we're here through IDE, but there are a lot of gaps in terms of support from the county government, and we know that agriculture is a devolved function. So share with us very briefly a little bit of your success story, where are you coming from, where are you now, and what are some of the gaps that you feel the county government needs to fill, so that it can be a collaborative approach and not, left to, IDE or Vitamin Angels or Helen Keller and other partners. Okay, please, you have standing, please, so we can see you.
Hello, good afternoon. Allow me to recognize Fifth Africa in the room. That is where actually my journey began. I was an employee at Fifth Africa since 2018. And from being employed, I'm now an employer. So we have a company, Bebe Farm Solutions. We began, I was a sole proprietor. Currently, it's a limited company, has 10 employees, 6 are permanent, 4 are part-time. And the enterprise, we have multiple enterprises. We began by solving the issue of post-harvest losses. Then it was Bountyfield before integrating to IDE. So from there, we've done milk aggregation. We work with farmers. So we aggregate milk from smallholder farmers. And we have also seen an opportunity in feed formulation because farmers have to get a good daily feeds to produce good milk to supply to us. So first, we need to value the farmers. And then we are also seeing an opportunity in vegetables because as you have the animals, there is a lot of manure. So you can use the manure to fertilize your farm and have vegetables. And we are talking about nutrition. So that is part of the things we are doing. And the thing that has really made me thrive is one of it is training, because we can get funds, yes, but without a good knowledge, you may end up underutilizing the funds or misusing them. So training has been part of the main thing that is making us more sustainable. And then another thing, access to funds. So through trainings, we've been able to be linked to the bank. As you've been told, we've had a collaboration with Equity Bank. They've given us a loan of 470,000 Kenya shillings. And possibly early next year we will be through with the payment. Wow. So we also have collaboration with the county government and the tertiary institutions. We work with Bukuru Agricultural College, FEC. So they work with us hand in hand to ensure that they train us. So where we are going wrong, they guide us. So I just urge the government to continue recruiting more SMEs, ensuring that they are trained, and also training them on access on funds and how to use the funds well. Yeah, so we believe in what we are doing, and we trust that every liter of milk we collect, every farmer we train, it represents a family that has a stronger future. And we are hoping to work with more women, more youth, create more employment opportunities, create more income for the farmers. And thank you for IDE for creating such an opportunity, because through this we are able to interact and our impact is felt, and we are able to connect with more who can partner with us to grow. Thank you.
Wilfred, thank you so much. That's amazing. I think I should have called her for the vote of thanks. She's so well spoken, isn't she? Yeah, amazing. We're so proud of you, Wilfred. Keep up the good work. Mary Stella, as we begin to close our panel discussion, can you respond to key priority areas that you think the county government in collaboration with perhaps partners and the national government as well should look into so that these farmers can be better supported?
Thank you very much. On behalf of the county government, I think as the government we still have a long way to go. We need to go a long way to assist our farmers, our communities at large. You realize that there are many challenges which these producers face, especially when you look at the road infrastructure. Value addition is equipment. You find that most of these SMEs are not able to access such, and also have challenges moving even their produce from the farm to the relevant markets. So as a government, we still have a long way to go. We have to improve this infrastructure. We need to do more linkages between our producers or our SMEs and other partners, so that they're able to connect to get markets for their produce. And then we also, as a government, we also need to create a system to have more knowledge, create awareness. As we're talking about producing, making money, but the key thing here is your health. They need to have the knowledge on how to eat nutritionally, to eat good nutrition, balance their diets. We are like when we train them, we're talking about food groups, which we say that we must at least get 5 food groups out of the 10 recommended. So we need to give knowledge. Then, as most of our SMEs are doing value addition, we must encourage them to do more addition so that the foods which people don't like the community where I come from, men don't like eating potatoes. They say that's food for the children. And here we are, we say we want to eat vitamin A, orange flesh, sweet potatoes, which has vitamin A. And then our men, our brothers, our husbands don't want potatoes, that's one for children. What do? We need to value add and change the sweet potatoes into mandazi, into chapati. They will eat. So we are encouraging that you must eat red, yellow, green. Say, can you color your plate so that the food looks appetizing? So that means we require that knowledge. And that's how we get it through what you call behavior change communication. So that you make this person doesn't like this one, change the attitude. For example, ladies in the house, I'm seeing most of those in white are ladies. There are very few men. What does that one tell us? All communities across Kenya, they are the women who determine what you eat, isn't it? Yes. So we need to give them the knowledge so that they are able to cook the food that will ensure that the family is nutritionally fed. Therefore, what I want to stop there by saying this. Am I talking to somebody? Yes. Yes. In my homeland, I used to have a guy used to tell me, if you want to reach a man's heart, you go through the stomach. And then we said everybody needs a friend. And all of us in Kenya, everybody eats ugali, isn't it? Ugali needs a friend. So, this ugali, who is the friend this ugali? The friend is vegetables, isn't it? Yeah. So, ugali is good with the vegetables, the local vegetables, like black nightshade, spider plant.
It's also really good with sugar and salt. It's really good with sugar and salt.
Yes.
Yes.
So, if we say everyone is a friend, ugali is a friend, so we say ugali with managu or black nightshade is good. But ugali with managu plus avocado is better. Yes. So we are saying that we try to balance the food by adding more food groups so that we are nutritionally fed and we are up. And also want to change the attitude of saying that this food is for this gender. Like Dr. Jeffrey talked about people in Luya are not giving children eggs. Pregnant women should not eat eggs. Children should not eat eggs. That's the attitude we need to change. And how to change that one? We must use a language that will make this person change. Because that one was there initially, and it was that because eggs are sweet. And there are the women who take care of the chicken that are laying eggs, isn't it? So that you put that tag so that you don't finish the eggs. So that you continue the eggs to hatch, to produce more chicken, to increase more property in the family. Thank you very much.
Very well said, and also hilarious. So I'll get your parting remarks, Lady Angela. Actually, I believe Mary Stella has given us her parting remarks. But as we close with the three gentlemen, please prepare yourselves to forward questions. I'll take about 3 or 4, maybe 5. As we begin to close, I'll hear from you first, Peter. What are your closing remarks? And let's just bear in mind that we're also talking about market-based solutions and really talking about continuing beyond donor funding. So your parting remarks from your position at Helen Keller.
Thank you, Lillian. For sustainability, I think what I would say is that it's important for the government to give farmers incentives so that they can be able, even if they produce, they can also make profits. if the inputs are so expensive, it becomes extremely difficult for producers without the donor funding to be able to make any meaningful production. Secondly, as producers, we need to focus on food that add value and also integrate men. Let us, what we say, male involvement. Dr. Jamota, apparently that is what is missing. We need male involvement in some of these activities so that when it comes, don't eat this, don't eat that, so that behavior is changed at the point of training both men and women. The last but not least, I would like to say that even for us, we know that vitamin A supplementation may not be sustainable. That is why currently, through the church, have been very generous with us. We are now focusing on food systems. So food system means that we are relying on food that are locally grown. We are supporting communities to come up with programs that support their nutrition aspects at a household level, focusing on kitchen gardens, focusing local poultry, and small animals within the household. So thank you very much, Lillian and the team.
Please let's keep our parting remarks brief so that we can get time to get the questions.
Yeah, thanks, Lillian. For me, I think I've heard that lady said men also, but I would want to mention this. We must continue supporting our female-led enterprises in farming. Having moved across over 20 African countries, I'll tell you that farming is mostly and still is patriarchal. It's men-led because land moves from man to man, and we must support our female farmers, and we must emphasize that our female-led enterprises and farming has been given the proper support, because I can assure you the multiplier effect based on research has shown that when you empower a female farmer, that empowerment in terms of revenue shared goes across the entire household more than it is to a male farmer. So we must ensure that our women in the society are well represented in the agricultural sector, and we must keep pushing that. And finally, integration. Let's integrate the financial system in the agricultural sector for subsistence farmers. Thank you.
Thanks, Abraham. And on to you, Stephen.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to say that we don't forget about the food safety, because this one has been a bone of contention. We have found that so many food are causing disease in this country, so you take care of that. And also the issue of resilience. When the program that assists the us areas, it should be well integrated and putting the community to be able to produce whatever is required for sustainability. Then we're also looking at the ministry, we're also looking at the school feeding. We know that the focus is still of human being, and whenever the school feeding are existing, we are proposing that those food be produced within the community so that they are well balanced and they are part of the community in terms of
Thank you for that, and I'm really glad you brought up the food safety issue. We know that aflatoxin poisoning has for a long time been an issue in this country, especially because of the storage of grain. So thank you for pointing that out, Stephen. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close our panel discussion, I now invite your questions. Direct a question to one of the panelists, whichever you feel you have a need from in terms of a query, and we'll have them respond to that question. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we have 5 questions. Please pass the mic. Please let us know your name, the organization you work for, and forward the question to the panelists you're forwarded to, and make it brief kindly.
Thank you. My name is Kennedy Lovin. I work with Care International. My question goes to Dr. Abraham Dabuki. I hope I said your name correctly. In your input financing and seed buyout model, what happens to repayment when a drought year hits. You also talked about financial viability. Does it mean screening out the highest risk farmers who are actually vulnerable? And lastly, who absorbs the loss when input loss default at scale? Thanks.
Let's get all the questions first and then we'll respond.
Thank you very much. I'm Sospita Nitala from East Africa Market Development Associates. I don't know if this will be a question, it will be to affirm what Ndamboki was mentioning and also what my friend across the table here is mentioning. The question of collateral as a finance access challenge to especially young men and women in agriculture is there. So within the space that we work, we've been thinking about this, and 2 weeks ago there was financing agri-food systems, and I will mention some of the solutions that were recommended to this challenge, which I think is going to be of help in this room. And one of them was data as collateral. So land and probably other assets could not be collateral to most young people in agriculture and women, but data. Now, financial records, keeping financial records, I'm sure those probably who have been in banking, they know cash flow is king. So you may have an asset actually, and in itself could not be the reason why it be funded. But if you can prove cash flow, then there's a possibility of you being funded. So that is one of the solutions. Data is collateral, which I encourage people here and out there to consider. And to what my friend here was mentioning, about what happens when, say, for instance, you're in agriculture and something happens and you lose. So there is what we call de-risking strategies. And one of them is insurance, crop insurance, for example. So those are some of the things considered. And also groups. So you have a group of young men, a group of young women. So there is element of co-guaranteeing. So that you have a member of a group who is taking a financing in agriculture value chain, whichever it is, and is being co-guaranteed. So that gives the financial institution or a financial provider some sort of safety to feel that this person will be able to repay, or if not, there's some pathway to pursue the repayment. And also, of course, it has been mentioned, capacity building for financial literacy, that is important. And finally, the element of diversified financing model, so that you have, say, for instance, input financing and asset financing. That in itself, coupled with, say, cash flow shown by financial records, make collateral not to be what you already have, but what you are financing. So if you acquire an equipment, for example, the machinery will be shown out there, the milling, that itself serves as a security to your, or collateral to your financing. And so that helps to solve some of those challenges. Thank you.
Thanks. I think Sospita's is more of a comment. Thanks for your thoughts. Let's get the last round of questions, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Geoffrey Yamau from Australia, Africa. I think I had some question around the financing bit, but it's been addressed by my colleague. But my question goes to, looking at the NF context, agriculture is an evolved function, and as Stephen alluded to, at the national level, there are policies, but in terms of implementation, that happens at the county level. But I'm just curious, when it comes to transforming lives through improved food nutrition, I'm looking at an opportunity around movement of different food items by different enterprises from one county to another. Now, with the evolution of agriculture, you'll find that each and every county is focusing on raising revenue, and they would introduce, fees at each point as you move your food product from one county to another. Now, what is the opportunity around, having a standard, charge that cuts across the different counties? Because in my view, that, to a significant extent, has an impact around affecting the ability of an enterprise moving their produce from one county to the other, to ensure that there is that movement of food that is highly nutritious from one place to another. Thank you so much. And lastly, on the moving from donor support to commercially viable enterprises, in my view, the donor funding should be catalytic, but not enterprises should be fully dependent on those particular that particular funding. Thank you.
Thanks, Geoffrey. Finally.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Bivan from Calvo, and I'm going to introduce myself. I want to make a few comments on what Calvo does in terms of what we are talking about, transforming lives through nutrition. We say we transform lives through knowledge, because it's from knowledge that you can tell. It's not the white and the food that is better. When we give the nutritional content of a certain component of food, then you can make a more informed decision. And then we also look at the entire spectrum, from the seed all the way to policy. And in terms of, let's say, if it's policy, we saw the challenge of accessing schools, for example. So if we have an intervention in terms of policy, would maybe get policy to change to also include traditional foods being acquired within schools. You find they always acquire these foreign-based vegetables to institutions like schools, to hospitals, and the rest. And lastly, we also try to see how can we reduce costs in terms of production. You find that we have two categories mainly. We have the rural poor and the urban poor. When you look at the rural poor, they always depend on what they harvest. So how can we produce so that they can sustain their own? So we kind of train, we get that knowledge to the farmer to produce these locally adapted foods. These are locally adapted vegetables. We doesn't need pesticides, doesn't need a lot of fertilizer, doesn't need a lot of this, to produce cheaply so that if they can produce in larger quantity, they can even sell it to the urban markets. So that the urban guys who are in these small groups, the urban sectors, because of their low income, they can easily buy those sorts. And that way, it gets more sustainable, because the food is cheaper than they go to maybe a supermarket. For example, also, if you look at for example, if you are talking of beans, for example, you can still sell beans at 100 shillings 2 kg tin, and still make profits if you are able to produce more in terms of what you get from 1 kilo of beans, rather than just say, okay, I'm selling it at this price because I need to make more money. So when we encourage guys to farmers to produce at a cheaper price, it means the consumer will access it even more cheaply.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for your insights. And I will just respond to those questions very quickly. Actually, I think it's just 2 questions because the rest from Sospita and Anthony were comments. And the first question was to you, Anthony, and this is from Kennedy, who's with Care International. He was asking what happens to repayment of loans during a drought season, when there's just no rains. What happens then? He also, no, that was a comment. And then to you, Stephen, there was a question around opportunities, and this was from Geoffrey. No, this was from Stephen. No, this was from Geoffrey to you, Stephen. The question was around the opportunity for movement of different food items from county to county. How can that be made possible? And I mean, you're feel free to jump in on that as well, Mary Stella. But let's hear very briefly as we begin to close.
Yeah. So on the default question, right? How we've structured it is we work with Pula. Pula is a crop and yield insurer, and they provide crop insurance based on the climate risks associated with the production. In regards to your question on whether, after we do the alternative credit scoring, whether the risky farmers are removed, no. Their risk exposure is higher, so what they qualify is quite lower, but they're not in totality removed from getting the input financing. And in regards to defaults, who pays for it? We are working with IFC on the first loss guarantee. That means that if we lend 20 million shillings and 10 million is non-performing, IFC will cover 70% of that, so that's 7 million. IFC stands for International Finance Corporation. It's part of the World Bank Group, and they provide those credit facilities to aggregators. I hope that answers the question.
On the question of movement county of food out items county to county.
Thank you very much. I think what the approach should be, whatever the country put in place as control should be to improve the well-being of the producer. And the move was, I don't know whether it was completed, it was supposed that this says of the source. Then the rest of the country, they should be recommended that they're originated by the country or the rest of the origin. Maybe Madam can have some input on that. Or maybe what?
Okay, thank you. From the county perspective, as Mr. Joker said, in principle, the agricultural sales or the agricultural product should be charged at the point of source, origin. Even the potatoes from Nyandarua going to Mombasa, the product should not be charged maybe on transit as it is moving towards Mombasa. Those could be around 7 or so counties. You can imagine the kind of levy it will accrue from that. But what is there, the counties are also having the target of having own source revenue. And I hope that's where the conflict is. It is principle, they're supposed to charge for all origin. But when we look at some counties, in agricultural sense, they are charging at the point of source. And let me give you an example like in Bungoma, where the agricultural sense is provided that it is charged at the point of source. But once it crosses Bungoma towards the issue, or these other counties, they're also having that challenge of having their own source revenue. They have their agricultural sense that is saying they charge some levy. So I hope that's where the conflict is, and I hope going forward we have the Council of Governors where they want to harmonize county legislations so that they are not in conflict, for conflict. I hope that's what I can say. Otherwise, that issue of living across the counties, it is happening to some extent, which makes some of the enterprise to be expensive. Even like soon we are in the month of August, the COG has called us over a legislation that is supposed to harmonize across the counties. So that when the national are drafted, as much as the counties are customizing, but it should not be in conflict and burdensome to entrepreneurs.
Thank you for that from the county. And I hear there are burning questions at the back there. In the interest of time, please be brief as we begin to get to the end of our program. There's a question there from the county as well. Is there another question? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Mwaura from Nutrition International. Just want to appreciate the panelists for their insight. We feel so much blessed to be in such a meeting and to have such good experts working towards making sure that our communities are better and they're accessing nutritious foods. My comment involves issues around men, because we have had severally, we are mentioning women and the youth, and we all know that the men are the custodians of our culture. We also know that they control resources of production, that is land and money. They also hold the key most important component of decision making around what the family is fed with, the money and the access to to the food that the family is fed with. So to empower the women that we are trying to empower and the youth, don't you think it is imperative for us to involve the men? Do you have a gender component in your programs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. From Kakamega, as I said, I think I am happy with IDE for bringing us here, and thank you to our good panelists. I'll ask direct questions. One to Jobu. I'm interested to hear you and the ministry officer what we need to do to establish the contribution of this gospel we have been preaching, and which we are continuing to preach here, of increased production of nutrient-dense foods. How can we establish the contribution of these to the reduction of malnutrition? Because that is the aspect here. That's the main topic here. That's why we're working with the Ministry of Health and in the multisectoral space with other departments, especially at the county level, and I'm sure at the national level it's happening. So how do we establish that? I'm there to hear clarity on that. Then two, to, of course, all of us, and IDE and my colleague there, Maristella, what do we do to have the quick success that we expect in terms of increasing consumption of these nutrient-dense foods? This is what we are talking everywhere we go, in all meetings, not only this one, but it's like we are not seeing clear success stories on this front. And as I came here, this being a learning workshop, I expected to hear clarity. So I'm not only directing to our dear panelists, but also us on this side, who has a clear success story to this direction. Then three, maybe to my colleague and my university colleague at Nzioki. I'm happy you came to Kakamega and we worked on promoting fortification of flour fortification. But you had a small bullet somewhere, which may have gone unnoticed most of us. This issue of misinformation, how do we counter it? And who has succeeded in countering that? Because that is the main challenge, which is actually the greatest impediment in us realizing this big miracle that food fortification and blending can enable us to achieve in terms of reducing malnutrition in the communities. You mentioned a good example towards the end, but here we can confess honestly, on the ground, especially in Kakamega and in Western, that was a very big challenge in us realizing the success that we expected with that food fortification. In that when you tell people, and I talked to one of these MSMEs, if you are adding things to people's food, you have to seek for their consent. And even when you tell them, they will be very straightforward what you're adding. I think we have had these stories that when you're adding some chemicals to my flour, you may be adding some family planning things, which I don't want, because I've got to get around 6-7 children, and I've not even started. How do you dare have those things? So who has succeeded in countering those challenges? Maybe Nzioki, if you have a success story to start with, and anyone else, we will want to hear it, please. Thank you.
We'll respond to those questions very shortly, and Jones, we'll start with you since you're right next to him. He's talking about misinformation, but I think the last comment on contraceptives is misinformation as well. So let's hear from you, Jones, as you respond to that question.
I think thanks. These are very pertinent questions. They keep on rising up, and I didn't have time to possibly expound on that. But honestly, I think Jonathan has really brought it out well. Fortification, we really had a difficult time, and pardon me, just to say in Western Kenya. Particularly in Kakamega, because the intensity of disinformation or disinformation about fortification is unbelievable. So I think the quicker part of it, I would say, out of the two things is asked. One is where we had success, and then the issue of misinformation. Kindly allow me to say, I think there is no one silver bullet for this. But where I come from, and coming from the experience that in about 10 countries that we've been working in, I think government influences everything in terms of policy. To me, that is the beginning point. We've tried so many things, but let me tell you, without a policy directive, we might take over 20 years even to have this disinformation or misinformation kind of diluted. Because the government has the say, and a lot of people do tend to kind of align with policies that have already been made, and I would be particular with institutional feeding. One of our key things, one of our bigger pillars is actually advocacy and policy, and we always try to nudge governments to have guidelines including fortification and issues to do with the consumption of whole grains. Of course, we work with so many other partners like GAIN and all that. And a success story I want to say here is in Rwanda. We started working in Rwanda in 2020, and we started through research and development. And the whole clamor was to have fortified whole grains incorporated into school feeding programs. So first and foremost, you must generate evidence. And we started by kind of looking at why do people don't want to consume fortified whole grains or whole grains as a starting point. You get the barriers, and then we try to kind of address the barriers through research and development, which took us like 3 years. One of the key things was on taste of the food, the color, issues to do with shelf time. The shelf stability was the single biggest thing. So we worked with quite a lot of research institutes, universities, and for maize, and even now for rice, we have innovative technologies that enable us to process whole grains that will deliver a comparable shelf life like the refined, and I leave that element on the technical side. So that is sorted, especially for some particular staples. The now is to take this evidence and deliver it to the government. You have to be patient, convince them, of course, compounded with a lot of research on the nutritional benefits of whole grains, package it, and then craft a guideline or a kind of a policy statement. Once this has been entrenched into the feeding programs or for institutions or by the Minister of Health, it becomes lots easier now to package social behavior change communication to the population, and you're given the platforms by the government, aided by the government, and you start seeing people stories changing. Slowly by slowly, it takes time. In Rwanda, the government of Rwanda has accepted to incorporate fortified whole grains into their school feeding programs. We started last term. We were given 10% of the whole country coverage. We've done that. We've added us another coverage on pilot scale. And September, the beginning of the new year, they are giving us 13 more districts. So by the end of this year, because they've decided to phase it, we will be possibly 30% coverage. All schools getting fortified whole grain kaunga. And we expect to roll this to be national coverage in the next 3 years. That's what the government has said. So policy, incorporation, support, evidence, kind of support it, and then you must be willing to do SBCC. We've developed one of the most powerful campaigns through Ogilvy Africa for Rwanda that we are going to replicate in the other countries. So I think those 4 components will help persuade people to move away from the misinformation. But I will tell you, it's very strong. What I've had, and I've also had it in Egypt, is a little bit worrying. But people assimilate information slowly. You also have to respect their cultural background, what they believe in, but you nudge them slowly and slowly. With time, people see the benefits and they start changing slowly. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We hope those success stories, Kenya can borrow from those success stories here, weak policies and legislation here in the country being a major concern. Final question will be addressed by the county, and the question was around the elephant in the room, which is malnutrition, and how to curb that using these nutritious foods, how to bring this closer home so that malnutrition ceases to be a reality. We're looking at the first 1,000 days of a child's life being extremely important, and so we just need you to speak into issues around malnutrition and how to counter that.
Thank you very much. Malnutrition has got 2 levels. You are either overeating or undereating.
2 levels.
And most of us overeat. Take for example, from here we're going to break for lunch. You require to have at least 5 food groups on your plate. You require to have a fruit, a vegetable, some grain that is the common mugani or rice or chapati. You require to have some protein. They normally serve, you get buffet. You have chicken, fish, beef, and somebody comfortably picks the 3. You only require to pick one protein. Then also what happens. So to eat well, you don't need to have all that. And each type of food group requires some level of some certain recommended grams. For example, if you are eating protein, the animal protein, you require how many grams of meat? I don't tell you. Some people here, they roast meat a whole kilogram and they eat and finish. That is the worst. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we say is we need that knowledge of the quantities of the food we eat. So when you go for lunch, look at your plate.
Thank you very much. You're close? Anything from you? No. Yes.
From Kakamega, you asked about mission, you're supposed to measure the issue issues. I want to draw your attention to we have several public guidelines that we have produced. One of them is the National Agri-Food System Investment Plan, which was launched of that year, June, during Finance Conference Summit. And it has a flagship number 6, which is focusing so much on the issue of food security, but nutrition. And there are indicators in that flagship which are covering on looking at the traceability, issues of how safe that food is. Then we have the guideline on just find my notes. The Kenya guideline on food production for school meals. That one, as I just said, is a publication that guide schools to produce nutritious dense food and also to source those food from their own farm, and if they don't have farm, and if they're from the surrounding community. Then we have the food and nutrition security policy, which also needs to be implemented by the counties. Then we have the food waste and loss strategy, which was developed by the Ministry of the FAO, running from 2024 to 2028. All these particular indicators that can be used to measure issues of nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of our panel discussion. I want to thank our panelists today. Peter Alfari, Country Director, Helen Keller International. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Abraham Jeff Ndambuki, Director, Strategic Partnerships and Business Development, Thrive Migration South Africa. Thank you very much, sir. Stephen Jogo, Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist. Thank you very much, sir. And Dr. Mary Stella Wabogwa, Agri-Nutrition Officer, Bungoma County. Many thanks, madam. Let's appreciate our panelists for their insights. You may take your seats. Thank you. We are almost nearing the end of our program, ladies and gentlemen, but before that, earlier I had introduced to you in absentia one of our very valuable guests during today's learning event, and that is Dennis Mukasa. He is a representative of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we'll be hearing from him now as he speaks into issues around the passion the church has for empowering communities across not only Kenya, but in different continents. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, as you have heard, my name is Dennis Mukasa. I work with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Here in Kenya, we implement our humanitarian program through Latter-day Saints charities. So I'm here to present the church. And thank you for all of you for coming to this event to learn on how we can transform lives through nutrition. We are here because of food. You know, if it was not food, we would not be here. In the creation story, after God created the light, or separated the light from darkness, and then after he created he separated the earth from the waters, the next thing he created is food. He created the vegetation that bears food. So food is important. It was important to be created before even man and the other animals were created. Without food, I don't think one of us will be. We are actually anticipating to have food after this meeting. We operate in an environment that has various challenges. One of the things that, as a church, have been cancelled is to start with the end in mind. What is the end in mind? What really do we want to achieve at the end of the day? We want to achieve stronger families. We want to achieve people who are productive. I believe the greatest asset to our government is a well-functioning, healthy, tax-paying human being that will be able to contribute to the economic development of the country and to that of the whole world when you combine the whole global population. But to do that, you need to start from the beginning while having the end in mind. You need to start with a healthy mother who is carrying a baby. When the baby is born, you need to nourish the baby with good nutrition. When they're an adolescent, still nourish them with good nutrition so that they can excel in the academics. And when they enter into adulthood, of course, now they become productive people who can contribute well to the society and strengthen families. Now, as we do that, we have challenges that surround us, and that's why the church decided to come in and support this nutrition initiative. In Kenya, for instance, only 20% of our land is arable, is productive for agriculture. About 80% is characterized as arid and semi-arid, which is a big challenge because that means that the land available for agriculture is limited. That's available to support the population of about 54 million people. The population growth rate is growing at about almost 2% per year. So that means that this challenge will always be there as we move into the future. So we have to come up with solutions and initiatives that will build self-reliance and sustainability among the population. That's why the church saw it wise to work with IDE, to work with Helen Keller International, to work with Vitamin Angels, to come up with intervention that provide an ecosystem that meets the needs of the mothers, the children, and the adults, so as to promote nutrition in the community. And as we do that, then we have a population that is healthy and active. Now, let me just note some things down here. Now, as we do that, there are also challenges that affect things like prices of food and production. When you look at our agricultural production as a country, from 2023, it has been declining from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, from 7.1% to 4.3 to 2.8. So that means that there's need for concerted effort to come and strengthen these farmers to be more, to build their capacity and improve their self-reliance and sustainability methods to produce food. We went to visit some farmers in Western Kenya through programs supported by IDE. We have done that with Helen Keller, with Vitamin Angels, also in Makueni, and in the Kilifi County and the coastal counties. And you have seen the impact that this can achieve. Working with farmers at the village level, having them contribute to that initiative that they have really brings forth great fruits later on, because they have their skin in the game, as opposed to just handing them everything that they need. That's one of the successes I've seen, is that once they are involved themselves, then they're able to empower others. They're able to, of course, take care of their needs, and then in turn, empower others. And I'm glad to see also other organizations that are here, like Save the Children, that also we have worked with them in other initiatives to build sustainability and address malnutrition in mothers and children, and really the general community. So as a church, we are privileged to work with like-minded partners, to work with partners who have this vision of strengthening families, of having people who are healthy. When you're healthy, then you are able to produce, you're able to do other things. Since being a church, I'll refer to some of the scriptures in the Bible. In the book of Matthew 25, it's a chapter that has 3 parables from the beginning to the end: the parable of the 10 virgins, the parable of the talents, and the parable of the sheep and the goats. And the parable of the talents teaches us that we should take care of our needs first. And then parable of the talents teaches us that we should multiply the things that the Lord God has given us. And then parable of the sheep and the goats, we are told that we should serve others. We should go out and meet the needs of others. And that's really what all this program is all about. It's all about sharing the love with one another. And as we do that, then even those who are disadvantaged in one way or another, they're able to rise to the same level as those who have, or those who have been blessed. So thank you very much. The funds that the church provides to this initiative really are sacred funds donated by members of the church. The church has a global population of about 18 million people who give these donations through humanitarian funding, through tithing, and other fast offerings. So we really appreciate that the money is being used in the most effective way to uplift the lives of the vulnerable people in our society. So thank you very much, and may God bless you in your endeavors.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to break now. But before that, we'll be getting some closing remarks from Vitamin Angels. Please help me welcome Joy Grace to come and give us something.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Has your neighbor smiled with you today? Yes. Are you sure? Yeah. I can still see there are people who are so serious. Have you smiled with your neighbor? Yes. Okay, that was number one. Number two, do you know your neighbor's name?
Yes. But don't ask me what it is.
Yeah. There was a strong yes on one side and not too strong on this side. So before we wrap up, please ask your neighbor their name. And if you're not sure which organization they work for. All right. All right, thank you very much. I think in the spirit of Geoffrey, what he started off, I think it's good to network, and we can continue with this conversation during lunchtime. So, on behalf of the Transforming Lives Through Nutrition project, we noted that in our invitation, this was supposed to be a what? Inaugural? Inaugural? So Geoffrey, we look forward to the next one. Thank you. So Geoffrey has committed, we have another one coming up. Yes. So from what was presented today, I picked three key things. There was the mention of supply, demand, and systems. So I just want to kind of quickly just summarize a few things for supply. And I'll reflect on what the beautiful entrepreneurs have done. We were told supply needs demand. True? Sure. Have you seen what the entrepreneurs have done? Who can give us an example of how this is working for them? Mm-hmm. So if you smile with me, I will pick on you. Yeah. Yes?
Thank you. My name is Peter Gidiri from FIPS Africa. From the interaction I've had with entrepreneurs who are in white, I would say, I'll give an example of the nutritious yogurt that I had. I'm looking at the demand within this workshop that you're here. She was able to explain to us where this yogurt is coming from, and even explaining to us about what the raw materials that have been used, and also the price. And then we're able to come in as being able to be the ones coming to taste and buy. And then in terms of the supply, we are looking at the farmers she's able to be working with, where she's able to capacity build them, and they're able to supply the milk. And for her, she's able to add value to this yogurt. So I'll just stop at that on the supply and the demand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the team has been able to demonstrate that we need supply, demand, and systems put in place. Because if we have a supply without demand, it's like having a machine that does not operate throughout the year. It is seasonal. And I know they have been able to demonstrate that they're able to operate throughout the seasons. In terms of systems, I believe Geoffrey mentioned that the entrepreneurs are going beyond the project. Sustainability. What happens if transforming life through nutrition ends? Will they continue to stand by themselves? Are they able to sustain their businesses? So that's very key. So integration is not about health or agriculture. It's about these three aspects being lined up and on one specific side. And to the national government, the county government representatives, thank you for facilitating the systems and the multi-sector approaches that make this work move forward and outlast the project. To the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, thank you again for funding the consortium, for supporting the demand, supply, and systems through the Transforming Lives Through Nutrition project. And you have reminded us that we always need to do our work with love. Then the representatives from partners, development, implementing partners, business sector, entrepreneurs, all of you, we are very grateful for having you today. You carried this day with a reason, and we have learned a lot from each other. This is a special thank you to the entrepreneurs. This day was because of you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for taking the first step to try something new and making it work in the communities. To the organizing team, big thank you to you for making this day or learning event possible and a great success. And remember, the measure of today is not about how good the sessions were, it's about what changes we'll make moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, lunch is about to be served. I thank you so much for your patience, but I have a few announcements here before we close. When we leave this room, you are invited in different groups, that is IDE Kenya, the partners, sponsors, and different stakeholders present, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, to converge at the garden where there'll be a media banner for a photo session. We'll be taking photos for different groups in your different capacities. That will be happening right through this door at the garden, after which you are invited for lunch, courtesy of IDE. That will be served at the main restaurant, I believe. And yes, that brings us to the conclusion of today's event. And as we conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we leave here inspired by one simple truth, that real transformation happens when sectors work together. This has been, in this room, there's different people from different capacities, different institutions, and we've seen that collaborations make things happen. I see Mr. Right, okay, that's right.
It's not another presentation, but I'm saying I just want to confirm that we are not working with women in isolation. Because that was a question that was raised, and I thought it was necessary that I highlight it. And the best way to highlight that is to ask any one of these ladies to speak to how they work. Do we separate them from the husband and work with them? Or do they work as a family? No, it's important.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Monesmas, with the Bruno, that is a director, Primo at the Sons Investment Company. I'm a husband, I'm a father of two. So I think there was a clarification mistake. When say the IDE is empowering the women, not women. So as I am Esmas now, I'm a trainer in my village where I come from, Kodi. So it's a program carries both men and women. So I'm among the men.
Just 1 second and then we please go for the photography.
Hata mimi naongezea kwamba mimi kwa huu mradi wa IDE mzee wangu ni member, alafu pia kuna wale youths ambao wanafanya nao kazi kwa kazi ya kushell mahindi. Na ningekuwa na uwezo kama IDE wangekuwa na uwezo pia ningekuja na hao vijana hao ndio wana shell mahindi na pia wanafanya kazi ya kuprocess maziwa. Asanteni.
Has the question been answered? Yes. So we make sure men, I want to finish with this. We make sure men are part and parcel of the system. So we are talking about family, but in this context we have agreed that it's the lady who will take the lead. But they are working very closely with family. Just like my good friend here, Elder Chadwick and Sister Chadwick. They are doing a great job together as a family. we embrace the same. I thought if we left this place thinking that we are just working with women and no men involved, it would take a different message. I hope I'm clear.
Yes.
So.
Thank you for that clarification. As we close, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our entrepreneurs here present today. Congratulations. It's always good to see women win because girls rule. And so we thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. On behalf of iDE Kenya, our partners and sponsors, thank you for taking the time to learn, share, and contribute. I've been your MC and moderator, Lillian Muli. Have a beautiful day and God bless you.